What's going on? My name is Iceman. Welcome back to Skyrim Legendary Edition. This is part 3 and we are starting Act 2 now. So, there's 3 acts in the game. We finished Act 1 and now this is the first bit in Act 2. So, we're going to see what we can do. Yep, so let's talk to Angia. Let's see here. Actually, first, born. Play in the dark. Delphine, the innkeeper river is more than she seems. She's the one who left me the note news to go. She gave me back the one of you going to college. She went spent to a lot of trouble to get my attention to find out what she wants. Let's talk to Angia.
Wind, guide you.
Oops.
Sky above, voice within. Sky above, voice within.
Actually, let me see something here.
Breath and focus.
Real quick. So we should be able to just take stuff now. Yeah, we can take because it's High Hrothgar's open to us.
Your training proceeds well, Dragonborn.
What was that ceremony all about? Were you shouting at me?
We spoke the traditional words of greeting to a Dragonborn who has accepted our guidance. The same words were used to greet the young Talos when he came to High Hrothgar, before he became the Emperor Tiber Septim.
What did you actually say?
Ah, I sometimes forget you are not versed in the dragon tongue as we are. This is a rough translation. Long has the storm-crowned languished, with no worthy brow to sit upon. By our breath we bestow it now to you, in the name of Kind, in the name of Shore, and in the name of Admora. You are Ismir now, Dragon of the North. Hearken to it.
That's awesome. I'd like to learn more about the voice.
You have learned so much already, Dragonborn. Growing your gift too quickly would be dangerous. But there are many words of power in Skyrim, carved in the dragon tongue. Even from here we can feel the thune resonate from them. Finding these lost words would be a sufficient test to temper your abilities with experience. Ask when you are ready to search.
That's pretty cool. Might as well do this since it's there.
No doubt, the appearance of a dragonborn at this time is not an accident. Your destiny is surely bound up with the return of the dragons. You should focus on honing your voice, and soon your path will be made clear.
What is the way of the voice?
The voice was a gift of the goddess Kinnereth at the dawn of time. She gave mortals the ability to speak as dragons do. Although this gift has often been misused, the only true use of the voice is for the worship and glory of the gods. True mastery of the voice can only be achieved when your inner spirit is in harmony with your outward actions. In the contemplation of the sky, Kinnereth's domain, and the practice of the voice, we strive to achieve this balance.
It's pretty dope.
Wind, guide you.
Hello, mate. They talk to us now? Whoa, that's dope. That was sick. They can talk to us now. Are they meditating and stuff now?
Sky above, voice within. Breath and focus.
That was pretty dope. Alright, we should go to Riverwood now. Yeah, I can raise or lower my volume.
If those Whiterun gods can take down the dragon, so can we.
Riverwood's agreeable enough, I suppose, for a Nord village. Yes? Need something?
Yeah, have a drink. No.
All right then.
Hawkins isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright.
Okay, let me wait. So it's morning.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. I think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
I am a save here.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell.
Alright, we should go in here now. Let me let me have her wait. So I can talk to this person.
I've got your back. As you wish, my thing.
Just waiting there.
The Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope they're right.
Are you the one who took the horn?
Surprise? I guess I'm getting pretty good at my harmless innkeeper act.
Saw the cloak and dagger.
You can't be too careful. Thalmor spies are everywhere.
What do you want with me?
I didn't go to all this trouble on a whim. I needed to make sure it wasn't a Thalmor trap. I am not your enemy. I already gave you the horn. I'm actually trying to help you. I just need you to hear me out.
Go on, I'm listening.
Like I said in my note, I've heard that you might be Dragonborn. I'm part of a group that's been looking for you. Well, someone like you, for a very long time. If you really are Dragonborn, that is. Before I tell you any more, I need to make sure I can trust you.
This is a dumb answer, but dumb question, but I'll just ask this, whatever. How do I know I can trust you?
If you don't trust me, you were a fool to walk in here in the first place.
Why'd you take the horn from Mr. Grove?
I knew the Greybeards would send you there if they thought you were Dragonborn. They're nothing not predictable. When you showed up here, I knew you were the one the Greybeards sent, and not some Thalmor plant.
Why are you looking for a Dragonborn?
We remember what most don't, that the Dragonborn is the ultimate dragon slayer. You're the only one that can kill a dragon permanently by devouring its soul. Can you do it? Can you devour a dragon's soul?
I absorb some kind of power from dragons, that's all I can say. I'll try this.
This is no time to play the reluctant hero. You either are or aren't Dragonborn. But I'll see for myself soon enough.
Why are you looking for a Dragonborn?
We remember what most do.
Oh.
That the Dragonborn is the ultimate dragon. You're the only one that can kill a dragon permanently by devouring its soul.
You said Thalmor are after you?
Yes. We're very old enemies. And if my suspicions are correct, they might have something to do with the dragons returning. But that isn't important right now. What is important is that you might be Dragonborn.
So what's the point you're not telling me?
Dragons aren't just coming back. They're coming back to life. They weren't gone somewhere for all these years. They were dead, killed off centuries ago by my predecessors. Now something's happening to bring them back to life, and I need you to help me stop it.
What makes you think dragons are coming back to life?
I know they are. I visited their ancient burial mounds and found them empty. And I figured out where the next one will come back to life. We're going to go there, and you're going to kill that dragon. If we succeed, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
How'd you figure all this out?
You should know. You got the map from me. The Dragonstone you got for Farengar, remember?
Right, you were at Dragonstone when I gave it to him.
So you were paying attention. I arranged to have Farengar recover the Dragonstone for me. It's what I do. I make things happen from behind the scenes. After all, here you are.
Dragonstone was some kind of map.
Yes. A map of ancient dragon burial sites. I've looked at which ones are now empty. The pattern is pretty clear. It seems to be spreading from the southeast, starting in the Gerals near Riften. The one near Kinesgrove is next, if the pattern holds.
You know how crazy this sounds?
A few years ago, I said almost the same thing to a colleague of mine. Well, it turned out he was right and I was wrong.
So where are we headed?
Kinesgrove. There's an ancient dragon burial near there. If we can get there before it happens, maybe we'll learn how to stop it.
Hold on, I'm not ready to go yet.
I can't wait around for you to make up your mind. I'll meet you at Kinesgrove. Don't waste time getting there. Better. Let's get on the road to Kynes Grove.
Alright, but in the dark, Delphine believes the dragons are coming back to life and that the next one will resurrect near the town of Kynes Grove. Once they've convinced her that I'm Dragonborn by killing the dragon, she promises to fully explain who she is and what she wants with me.
If my analysis is correct, the dragon buried near Kynes Grove will be the next to come back to life. Let's get going. We need to find that burial mound before its dragon comes back to life.
Where we headed?
Kynes Grove. There's an ancient dragon burial near there. If we can get there before it happens, maybe we'll learn how to stop it.
What's so important about me being Dragonborn?
Dragons are coming back, and you're a born dragon slayer. That's all you need to know right now.
How do you know where the dragon will come back?
The Dragonstone was a map of ancient dragon burial sites. I've looked at which ones are now empty. The pattern is pretty clear. It seems to be spreading from the southeast, down in the Gerals near Riften. The one at Kynes Grove is next, if the pattern holds.
Who are the Thalmor?
The faction that rules the Aldmeri Dominion. The ones who almost destroyed the Empire during the Great War 30 years back. There's no worse enemy to humankind in Tamriel. The Empire barely survived the last war. The Thalmor don't intend to lose the next one.
So why are they hunting you?
We hurt them in the past, and they have long memories. Come on, we've got to get to Kynes Grove.
Right, fine.
My analysis is correct. The dragon buried near Kynes Grove will be the next to come back to life. Let's get going.
We heading out? As you will, my Thane. I will
I'm
protect you
traveling.
with my life.
You've got the inn till I get back.
Right. Happy trails.
You're kind of like, what's wrong with you?
Kynes Grove is this way. We can travel together or split up and meet there. Your choice. If my analysis is correct, the dragon buried near Kynes Grove will be the next to come back to life. Come on, we've got to get to Kynes Grove.
At least she runs quick. Not as slow as Ralof.
We better keep moving. Should have picked somebody else for your...
Damn. That was dope.
We may both end up dead, but at least it gets me out of Riverwood. I don't really think I'm cut out for a quiet life. something?
Nope.
Come on, we've got to get to Kyne's Grove. I hope you're Dragonborn, I really do. But we'll find out soon. Here we go. That's how it's done.
Damn, she's powerful as fuck. Treasure Hunter. Treasure Hunter's note. Let's read that. Treasure Hunter's note. I'm close to finding the Iron Greatsword of Burning. I've tracked it down to Broken Fang Cave. It's apparently guarded by a master vampire. Damn. Explore Broken Fang Cave and recover the Iron Greatsword of Burning. I'm not gonna do that. Had a note in it, so we read it, but yeah, we're not actually gonna do it because we're not supposed to be doing side quests and stuff.
Damn it!
Damn.
Remember, we're not looking for trouble. We need to get to Kyne's Grove as fast as we can.
Damn, it's wolf packs and stuff. Lots of wolves.
Watch out! Wolves!
Damn, Lydia. Fucking hell, there's wolves everywhere. What the fuck?
Should have picked somebody else for your dinner. That takes care of it.
Oh god. She's so OP. Holy shit.
This is a notorious bandit hideout, but it's also the shortest way to Kyne's Grove, so you may have to kill a few bandits.
Oh, some towers discovered.
Hold it. This here's a toll road, see? You're gonna have to hand over, say, 200 gold if you want to use our road.
Toll road. Fine, whatever.
Wise move. Now get out of here, goat member, before I decide that toll's going up. Get on your way before I change my mind. Get on your way before I change my mind.
Fine. It's paid at 200.
analysis is correct. The dragon buried near Kynes Grove will be the next to come back to life. We better keep moving. Come on, we've got to get to Kynes Grove.
Damn. And they're powerful.
Maik wishes you well.
We'll cross the White River and follow it to Windmill. Then we can swing south to Kynes Grove.
How close are we? We're getting there.
I doubt the Thalmor are aware of you yet, so we should be safe from them at least.
Leave me alone. I don't have time for this foolishness. Now come along quietly, and we won't have to get rough. Brother, I think she's telling the truth.
I'm not going anywhere. Back off before I do something drastic.
She doesn't have the scar. What? Oh, you're right. We've made a mistake. Now move along before that mouth of yours gets you into trouble.
Next time you're looking to pester someone, make sure it's the right person.
Damn. We're looking for that red guard person.
Sharp. We can't afford any delays. There's an inn at Kynes Grove, the Gravewood. I hear they serve a nice dark ale. Nothing against the giant. Remember, we're not looking for trouble. We need to get to Kynes Grove as fast as we can.
Should have picked somebody else for your dinner. Come on!
Always use the weapons. were willing to trust me. I know it probably wasn't the best way to introduce myself, but old habits, you know.
God damn it.
Better to stick together. I don't want you to get yourself killed before we even get there.
My sound is messing up. Hold on. I need to save here. And you restart the game.
I'm glad you were willing to trust me. I know it probably wasn't the best way to introduce myself, but old habits, you know.
Okay, so we're back now. Sorry. Had to restart the game because my headset screwed up. Hello, mate.
I'm on my way. So you can join the Legion. A united empire is better for everyone.
Wow. Join the Imperial Legion. Oh my god. Let me get rid of that. So I got an option to join this. Yeah. This is pretty damn cool.
Not too much farther now. Pines Grove is just down the road to the southeast.
Hurry up, come on. Let's go. What are we doing up here? Let's see.
Better to stick together. I don't want you to get yourself killed before we even get there.
Roger. Is Lydia here? Yep.
This is Kynes Grove. Not much to look at. The innkeeper ought to be able to tell us if there's any dragon mound nearby. We need to find the burial mound. Let's ask in the inn.
To go up here. Kynes Grove discovered.
Wait.
No, you don't want to go up there. A dragon, it's attacking.
Oh shit. Dragon's attacking Kynes Grove?
Well, I don't know. Not yet. It flew over the town and landed on the old dragon mound. I don't know what it's doing up there, but I'm not waiting around to find out.
Come on, hurry. We might be too late. Come on. We need to find out what's happening up there.
Come on, sprint. Get up there. God, I'd use all my sprint. Use all my fucking sprint. Holy shit. Oh shit.
Look at his eyes. Look at that big bastard. Keep your head. Let's see what he does.
That's awesome.
Steady. Let's watch and wait. This is worse than I thought. This is what we came for. We need to see what happens. Steady. Let's see what it does.
Side of a king. Zuu, Korav, Mig, Nol, Dove, to hide.
He speaks English, holy shit.
I'm going to check that out.
Oh shit, now we gotta kill this guy. Ow! Bastard. Fucking hurt. Ow. That's awesome. Ow. You're gonna die.
Oh, damn. Did it. Wait, something's happening. God's above.
Okay, everyone believes the dragon's come back to life. Another dragon mode stopped, and you can't go. So a dragon shouting another one back to life. That dragon is dead. Now it's time for Delphine to give me some answers.
So you really are...
Fuck yeah, I am, bitch. Let's see, still. Fuck! I don't have enough. Carrying too much. Hold on. Carrying way too much. What can I get rid of? Search. Dragon so absorbed.
You really are Dragonborn.
Yes, I am. If you definitely give me some answers, yep. Wait for my health to replenish. Actually,
I'm right behind you.
Lydia, take a dragon bone.
I am at your command.
Oh, I can give her a dragon bone.
You lead, I'll follow.
I owe you some answers, don't I?
Yeah, you do. Just wait for this health.
I owe you some answers, don't I? I owe you some answers, don't I? Go ahead. Whatever you want to know. Nothing held back.
Who are you? What do you want with me?
I'm one of the last members of the Blades. A very long time ago, the Blades were dragon slayers, and we served the Dragonborn, the greatest dragon slayer. For the last 200 years since the last Dragonborn Emperor, the Blades have been searching for a purpose. Now that dragons are coming back, our purpose is clear again. We need to stop them.
What do you know about dragons coming back? Actually, the Blades, who are they?
Exactly. Nobody even remembers our name these days. We used to be known across Tamriel as the protectors of the Septim Emperors. Those days are long gone, though. For the last 200 years, we've been searching for the next Dragonborn to guide and guard, as we are sworn to do. But we never found one, until now.
What do you know about the dragons coming back?
Not a damn thing. I was just as surprised as you to find that big black dragon here.
I've seen that dragon before. The one that got away.
Really? Where?
It was the one that attacked Helgen when Ulfric escaped from the Imperials.
Interesting. Same dragon. Damn it. We're blundering around in the dark here. We need to figure out who's behind it all.
What's our next move?
The first thing we need to do is figure out who's behind the dragons. The Thalmor are our best lead. If they aren't involved, they'll know who is.
Remind me, who's the Thalmor?
The faction that rules the Aldmeri Dominion. The ones who almost destroyed the Empire during the Great War 30 years back. There's no worse enemy to humankind in Tamriel. The Empire barely survived the last war. The Thalmor don't intend to lose the next one.
What makes you think the Thalmor are bringing dragons back?
Nothing solid yet. But my gut tells me it can't be anybody else. The Empire had captured Ulfric. The war was basically over. Then a dragon attacks, Ulfric escapes, and the war is back on. And now the dragons are attacking everywhere, indiscriminately. Skyrim is weakened. The Empire is weakened. Who else gains from that but the Thalmor? The faction that rules the There's no worse enemy to humankind in Tamriel. The Empire barely survived the last war. The Thalmor don't intend to lose the next one.
Why are the Thalmor after you?
Before the Great War, the Blades helped the Empire against the Thalmor. Our Grand Master saw them as the greatest threat to Tamriel. At the time, that was true. Maybe it still is. So we fought them in the shadows, all across Tamriel. We thought we were more than a match for them. We were wrong.
So you need to find out what the Thalmor know about the dragons. Any ideas?
If we could get into the Thalmor embassy, it's the center of their operations in Skyrim. Problem is, that place is locked up tighter than a miser's purse. They could teach me a few things about paranoia.
So how do we get into the Thalmor embassy?
I'm not sure yet. I have a few ideas, but I'll need some time to pull things together. Meet me back in Riverwood. If I'm not back when you get there, wait for me. I shouldn't be long. Keep an eye on the sky. This is only going to get worse.
Open secret door key out, nice.
Do you need something?
Meet Delphine. What's so important about me being Dragonborn?
The Blades have always guarded and guided the Dragonborn, but we'd forgotten why. Now our purpose is clear. I'm all that's left of the Blades, and you're the Dragonborn. Together, we're going to stop these dragons, and we have to put every last one of them back in the ground.
I went to the Blades. Why are you on the run?
The Thalmor have them. They've been hunting down every blade they can find for the past 30 years. Thanks to the White Gold Concordat, they've been able to operate throughout the Empire with impunity.
White Gold can... Wait. White Gold Concordat, what's that?
The Great War. Only 30 years passed and already ancient history to most people. Seems to me like it just ended. It's never really ended for me. But to answer your question, the White Gold Concordat was the fancy name they put on the peace treaty between the Empire and the Thalmor. It ended the war and saved the Empire to fight another day. Also trampled on the sacred name of Talos, and gave the Thalmor free rein to stamp out Talos worship throughout the Empire. The Blades have always... Now our...
Damn it.
Together, we're going to stop these dragons if we have... The Blades of...
Fucking hell.
Together, we're going to stop these dragons if we have to put every last one of them back in them. The Thalmor have them. They've been... Thanks to the White Gold Concordat, they've been able to operate throughout the Empire with impunity.
Why does the Empire allow the Thalmor free reign?
Part of the cost of peace. Emperor Titus Mede saved his empire at a very high price. A price that included the Blades. The Nords didn't like the peace treaty much either. 30 years later, the Empire ends up with the Stormcloak Rebellion on its hands. No doubt exactly as the Thalmor intended. The Thalmor happened, thanks to the White Gold Concordat.
So why are they hunting you?
Operate was young, our leaders became obsessed with the Thalmor threat. They believed that if and when we found the Dragonborn, we would need to protect him against the Thalmor. Turns out we fatally underestimated the Thalmor. They smashed us with ease during the Great War. I was one of the few who escaped. For a long time, all I cared about was staying alive and taking revenge on the Thalmor when I could. But then the dragons returned, and I remembered that the Blades used to be dragon slayers, and that we were sworn to protect the Dragonborn, the greatest dragon slayer of all.
Who are the Thalmor?
There's no simple answer to that. You want the long version or the short version?
I'll do short for now.
They're the High Elves that rule the Aldmeri Dominion, sworn enemies of the Empire and everything it stands for. 30 years ago, they invaded the Empire and came close to destroying it. They smashed the Blades in the process. Since then, they've been working to weaken the Empire any way they can. There's no simple answer to that. You want the long version or the short version?
I'll do long now.
They're the rulers of the Aldmeri Dominion, what used to be the imperial provinces of Somerset Isle and Valinor. The Thalmor take the arrogance of High Elves to the extreme. They believe they are the rightful rulers of all of Tamriel. For a century or more, the Thalmor have been picking away at the Empire. Valenwood was the first, then the province of Elsewhere. But even the Blades didn't see the Great War coming. We underestimated the Thalmor, and they destroyed us.
Damn.
I'll see you back in Riverwood. What is it?
Alright, diplomatic immunity. It seems that things are worse than even Delphine thought. Dragons aren't just coming back to life, they're being resurrected by other dragons. Delphine suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. She's going to talk to her contacts about how we can infiltrate the Thalmor embassy. Excuse me. Meet her back in Riverwood. Alright, I'm gonna go to Whiterun. Sell some of my stuff. Sell the dragon bones.
There's a nip in the air. Good for my crops. Never is.
Have you heard? There's been another dragon attack. Kynesgrove this time.
For a dragon to attack Kynesgrove? Why? Why there? There's no place safe. My cousin's out fighting dragons, and what do I get? Guard duty.
Yep.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away. Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second. Take a look.
So.
Do come back.
I'm right behind you.
I'll get that last dragon bone. And I'll take that while you're at it.
Let's get going then.
You just let me know what you need. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Oh, sorry. Dragon bone. Oh, just enough. Sold all that.
Remember, I'll give you the best deals or die trying. I assure you, I'm prepared to make any deal. Welcome to Bellathor's General Goods. Welcome indeed.
Tired of bread and stew? Had enough of fish and fowl? Treat
All
yourself
crafted by the best.
to a steak or a tender wrap.
I spend a lot of time at the market stall so I can learn the merchant's trade. I need more experience if I'm going to run an inn someday.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you do.
Wait, I probably...
Cuts, fresh from the wilds.
He's got meat and stuff. Fuck yeah, I'm hungry.
Oh, it took years, but I earned my way to the top. I own Chilfaro Farm, you see. Very successful business, obviously.
Alright.
Come by Bellathor's shop at the market. I'm sure we've got something you need. Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
More inside. Oh, I can go in there. Aw. Can't set myself on fire. Alright, so we need to go to Riverwood now. Let me try to sleep. Rested. It's morning.
I have to wonder, what does the Dragonborn do once he's been summoned by the Greybeards? Can the Thum be taught, like any skill?
That hurt.
Hoppus isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. I think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
Come on, I have a plan.
But what?
I figured out how we're going to get you into the Thalmor embassy.
We got rooms and food.
Wait, hold on. I cocked that up, hold on.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat. Get the cold out.
I don't think you were followed. Come on, I have a plan.
Hmm?
Still here. You lead, I'll follow.
Let me get some food real quick. Sorry, I just had a breadstick with jalapeno. Saw all this like food on the table here and I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. Oh, let's do this.
I figured out how we're going to get you into the Thalmor embassy.
You're not coming?
That would be a bad idea. I'd be too likely to attract the wrong kind of attention. But they don't know you at all yet.
So what's your plan? How do we infiltrate the Thalmor embassy?
The Thalmor ambassador, Elenwen, regularly throws parties where the rich and connected cozy up to the Thalmor. I can get you into one of those parties. Once you're inside the embassy, you can get away and find Elenwen's secret files. I have a contact inside the embassy. He's not up for this kind of high-risk mission, but he can help you. His name is Malborn. Wood Elf. Plenty of reason to hate the Thalmor. You can trust him. I'll get word for him to meet you in solitude at the Winking Skeever. You know it? While you're doing that, I'll work on getting you an invitation to Elenwen's little party. Meet me at the Solitude stables after you've arranged things with Malborn. Any questions?
Yeah, who's this contact of yours? Are you sure I can trust him?
Don't worry about Malborn. He's not a dangerous character like you. But he hates the Thalmor at least as much as I do. He's a wood elf. The Thalmor wiped out his family back in Valenwood during one of their purges that we never hear about. Luckily, they don't know who he really is, or he wouldn't be serving drinks at the ambassador's parties.
How am I going to get into this party?
Let me handle that. You'll have a real invitation, don't worry. As long as you can act the part of a Thalmor toady, you'll get past the guards.
Once I'm inside the embassy, then what?
That's when the fun starts. You'll have to slip away from the party without raising the alarm. Then you'll need to find Elenwen's office and search her files. Malborn should be able to point you in the right direction.
I'll see you in solitude after I meet Malborn.
Sounds good. Be careful. What? Something you're still confused about?
Nah, I'm good.
What? Something you're still confused about?
Okay. It seems that things are worse than Delphine thought. Dragons aren't just coming back to life, they're being resurrected by other dragons. Delphine suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. She's going to help me infiltrate the Thalmor ambassador's manor and find out what they know about the dragons. I should meet with the contact, Malborn, in the Winking Skeever Inn in Solitude. Meet Malborn in Solitude. Rise and Fall of the Blades. Oh, I can read that. The Book of the Dragonborn, I can read that too. Right, before we go, let's read this. Rise and Fall of the Blades. Actually, let's read this after we come back. Actually, yeah, let's just read this now. Since we're at it, so I don't forget. Alright, The Rise and Fall of the Blades. Let's do it. The Rise and Fall of the Blades by Anonymous. There are many that still remember the Blades. There are fewer that can pass down their stories, their origins, and their downfall. My father could. In his proudest moments he said to me, "You keep secrets like the Blades." The Blades were good at keeping secrets. They didn't write down much. They passed information carefully between their spies in every province to their elite members that protected the emperors. Even amongst their members they kept much secret. Most associate the Blades with their ceremonial Akaviri armor and curved long swords. One can trace the Blades back to the fiercest warriors of Akavir, the Dragon Guard. It was there, just as they would do in Tamriel, that they protected rulers and their kingdom. But recent discoveries show it to be that much more than that. Many classic texts tell us of adventures to Akavir, known as the Dragonlands of the East. Many from Tamriel have attempted to conquer it, most famously Emperor Uriel V and his 10th Legion in 3E 288 as documented in the Imperial Dispatch, Disaster at Loneth. Dragons have long been legend in Akavir, and many believe that their brief appearance in Tamriel's history are those that escaped Akavir, for it was there they were hunted and killed off by the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard would follow those that fled to Tamriel in the late First Era. Invading from the north, the Dragon Guard met not only dragons, but the men of Skyrim, who don't meet invasions with pitchers of mead. The Dragon Guard cut a path through Skyrim, and it was not until they were stopped by Riemann Cyrodiil during the battle at Pale Pass that the invasion came to an end. It was Riemann who united the human lands of Cyrodiil and defeated the Akaviri invaders. Riemann is one of the first documented and widely accepted of the mythic Dragonborn. Those anointed by Akatosh and Alessia themselves, born with the soul of a dragon, is what his followers would say. Reports differ widely on the nature of the battle at Pale Pass, but the end result is the same, that the remaining Dragon Guard, upon hearing the voice of Riemann Cyrodiil, knelt and swore their lives to him, their conqueror and saviour. Fragments from late First Era texts refer to the warriors dropping to their knees saying, "We were not hunting," or "did not attend," other rough translation. Continuing, "We have been searching for you." They protected Riemann with their lives, as well as his descendants, as the Riemann dynasty ushered in Tamriel's Second Era. It was through these years that their reach extended, and their order grew to become the Blades. Their conquest of the dragons complete, they only sought to protect the Dragonborn, and through him, the Empire. They reached their height late during the Third Era under the rule of Septim Emperors. Despite their numbers, they kept their secrecy. The most visible and well documented were the members who personally guarded the Emperor, still wearing the original Akaviri armor. But that was just the tip of the spear, for the Blades were a larger organization, stretching to every corner of Tamriel. These agents were of every race. They were merchants, thieves, craftsmen, mages and warriors, all acting as spies, protecting the Empire as needed and operating in secret. They often acted alone, but some fragments speak of them meeting in secret fortresses across the continent. The most famous being Cyrodiil's Cloud Ruler Temple, where they hung the swords of those slain protecting the Dragonborn. Other maps speak of Windscour Temple under the great expanse of Hammerfell's Alika Desert, Skyhaven Temple in the mountains of Skyrim, and Storm Talon Temple east of Wayrest. They were known to have a Grandmaster, who often lived amongst the people, unknown to others. The nature of their communications, meeting places and missions were known only to a few elite members. The only two to know all were the Grandmaster himself and the Chronicler, whose only job was to make sure the group's mission was never known, but never lost. With the death of Uriel Septim VII and his son, Martin, the Third Era came to a close, with the Blades fortifying themselves deep within Cyrodiil's Cloud Ruler Temple, as they waited for a Dragonborn to return when they would be called upon again. The Empire of the Fourth Era no longer saw the Blades openly protecting it or the Emperors. That role is now filled by the Penitus Oculatus, a purely imperial organization. But the Blades continued their secret work to watch for the Dragonborn and guard against future enemies. The Blades were among the first to see the signs that the Thalmor of the Ordinary Dominion would not remain isolated within their borders forever. They could do what the Penitus Oculatus servant to imperial policy could not, and thus earn the lasting hatred of the Thalmor. The warnings of the Blades were proved right, as is well known to all. The Great War between the Empire and the Thalmor consumed the Empire and nearly destroyed it. Emperor Titus Mede II eventually brokered peace with the Thalmor, but at a price many of us still bear. The reach and destructive nature of the Thalmor is known to many. Author's note, in my family firsthand. They are not fools. They knew early on that the Blades were an enemy, so they hunted them throughout the Great War. Some were killed defending their temples, others they slept in their hideaways alone. Some fought, some ran, some hid, but the Thalmor found them all. There are those that say the Blades still exist around us, in hiding from the Thalmor, waiting as they have done time and time again for a Dragonborn to return, for one to protect, for one to guide them. That's pretty dope.
What? Something you're still confused about?
No. Pickpocket Delphine, oh my god.
Be careful.
Well, move.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell. I'm just a cook, lad.
Can I get some food, mate?
Until next time.
No, I guess not. Okay, fine, whatever. Why are you sweeping? Okay, well, someone has to sweep, I guess.
I ain't looking to make friends.
Why not?
Feindal thinks he can woo Camilla Valerius away from me. She's already mine, I keep telling him.
A fish barrel, damn. You got clams in this? Damn.
I'm right behind you. The Jarl has recognized you as a person of great importance in the hold. A hero. Let's get going then.
Lily's got some heavy armor on. It's pretty dope.
You look like a traveler. Someone that has seen faraway places and heard new stories. I've been trained as a skald, as was my father and my father's father before him.
What is a scold? Never heard of a scold before.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook.
Oh, fuck.
Much else to tell.
I didn't mean to grab the bread. Okay. Let me get the bread. Put it back. I don't want to be a dick. Oh. Okay. There's two different types of bread. Okay, so there's a fourth thing of bread. Can I make it? There we go. I wanted to make it like that. Okay. Some good food here. Some wine. Alto wine.
You left this over there. You want it back, right? Here.
What? Oh shit! He gave it back to me! What the hell?
I'm just the cook, lad.
No, I don't want it, bro. It was the bread. No. I didn't know they did that. That's fucking awesome. No, mate. Take your bread back.
I've got your back.
Alright, let's go before he gives me my shit back again.
Unspoken for winners, don't get any ideas.
No, I don't want. No. I'm marrying Lydia, so don't worry. Well, in the next couple of playthroughs.
Whatever you need. Buy you smear if it's simple. Oh, I can forge. What do you need? What are you staring
Alright, where are we going? Oh, Solitude, okay. So let's go to Whiterun Stables so we can get a cart and just kind of get a carriage and go straight there. Fuck.
Need a ride? I can take you to any of the hold capitals. All right. My carriage is the safest way to travel. Where do you want to go?
Solitude. 20 gold.
Climb and back and we'll be off.
Alright, let's go.
First time to Solitude? Beautiful old city. Capital of Skyrim. But I'm sure you already knew that.
It's going to be coming morning. Hello, mate.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of meat.
The hell? That's weird.
Need a ride?
Hello, mate.
I can take you to any of the hold capitals.
What do you know about Solitude?
Solitude's been the capital of Skyrim as long as I can remember. Most of the High Kings of Skyrim were Jarls of Solitude first. Well, let's see, what else? The Bard's College is here, and the main office of the East Empire Company. If you need it, you can get a room for a fair price at the Ranking Skewer, just inside the main gate.
Thanks, mate.
Solitude's been the capital of Skyrim as long as I can remember. Most of the High Kings of Skyrim were Jarls of Solitude first. All right, then.
Pretty dope. Let's go to the stables here. Colours Farm. Six in the morning.
Doings, wares, and sale at fair prices.
If you've come to Solitude to join the Legion, speak to Rika. If not, just keep your nose clean while you're here, or you'll end up like Rogvir.
The fuck?
You're just in time to say hello to Rogvir.
Who's Rogvir?
He's the sorry bastard who's going to be executed. A gate guard who let Ulfric Stormcloak escape the city after he killed the High King.
Damn.
All right then. Until next time.
That's where the Imperial Legion and stuff is, so...
You're just in time to say hello to Rogvir. Until next time.
Alright, let me get some food first. Before we go in here. Got some more breadsticks. Alright, let's do it.
Positions.
Svar, you need to go home. Go home and stay there until your mother comes.
Traitor!
You betrayed us!
You should tell her that her uncle is scum that betrayed his High King. Best she know now, Advar.
They're all hard, Vivian.
Rogvir, you helped Ulfric Stormcloak escape the city after he murdered High King Torring. By opening that gate for Ulfric, you betrayed the people of Solitude.
There was no murder. Ulfric challenged Torring. He beat the High King in fair combat. Such is our way. Such is the ancient custom of Skyrim and all Norse. On this day, I go to Sovngarde.
Damn.
There's nothing like a good song to lift the spirit in troubled times.
Damn, what assholes.
I think they expected more.
What do you need?
Nothing.
You're in town, right? And if you need a place to sleep, head over to the Winking Skeever. They keep a fine inn. You know, the Winking Skeever's not just the best inn in Solitude. It's also the only inn in Solitude.
Come on in. Stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
This one's a favorite of mine. A legend we all know and love. Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. With a voice wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe, believe the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know the Dragonborns come.
Is that it? Oh yeah, okay. Oh, cooking food. Cooked beef, fuck yeah. It's Melbourne.
Yes. Nord. Need something? Until next time.
Normally I might find breadsticks boring and shit, but this has like cheese and jalapenos and shit in it, so that makes it a lot tastier. Alright, Mama, what do you got, mate? I mean, your friend sent me.
Really? You're who she picked? Hope she knows what she's doing. Here's the deal. I can smuggle some equipment into the embassy for you. Don't plan on bringing anything else in with you. The Thalmor takes security very seriously. Give me what you can't live without, and I'll make sure to get it into the embassy. The rest is up to you.
What kind of things should I bring?
You're asking me? She promised that she was sending someone who knew what they were doing. If you actually want to get out alive, I'd bring whatever you need to move quietly and kill quickly.
Hold on. Huh. I need to get a few things ready.
I'll give you a few more minutes. I can't wait here all day. It's my neck on the line, remember? You ready yet? I need to get back before I'm missed. Remember, you won't have anything except what I smuggle in for you. I'll give you a few more minutes. I can't wait here all day. It's my neck on the line, remember? You ready yet? I need to get back before I'm missed. Remember, you won't have anything except what I smuggle in for you. You ready yet? I need to get back before I'm missed. Remember, you won't have anything except what I smuggle in for you. You ready yet? I need to get back before I'm missed. Remember, you won't have anything except what I smuggle in for you.
I'm ready. Here's what I'll need.
Okay, I'll get this inside the embassy for you. I've got to go. I'll find you at the party. Don't worry.
Alright, so I'm gonna literally give him everything I have, except, including the books and keys and shit, except for the miscellaneous items. Because I don't need any miscellaneous items, to be honest. Actually, I'll give him my gold, too. I'll give him my gold. Give him my lockpicks. Keys. Give. Books. Give. Ingredients. Food, I give him food. Scrolls. Potions. I'm literally going to be naked here, but whatever. Fuck it, I'll just give him everything. I literally have nothing now. He has literally everything. Alright, I got everything, mate. Armor rating 0, damage 0. God.
Your job is to get into the party without being fingered as a spy. I'll take care of the rest.
For the age of aggression.
Your job is to get into the party without being fingered as a spy. I'll take care of the rest.
Drive out the storm cloaks and restore what young. With our blood and our
I'm right behind you.
I'm literally naked.
Going then. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings.
What am I doing?
Your death we will drink again.
I literally gave him everything. Alright, I'm gonna save real quick. So I'm ready.
Have you given Malborn the gear you want to smuggle into the embassy?
Yes, my one's all set.
Good. I have your invitation to the party. But the only way you're going to get past the guards is if they really believe you're an invited guest. Which means you need to look the part and not be armed to the teeth. Here, put this on. When you're ready, I'll keep the rest of your gear safe until you get back. You'll only have what Malborn smuggled in for you, plus whatever you can pick up inside.
Okay.
You can't go to a party at the Thalmor embassy dressed like that.
You put clothes on. Invitation to Elwyn's Perception. Elwyn, first emissary of the Ordinary Dominion to the Kingdom of Skyrim, requests the pleasure of the company of Zoltyr at a reception on 5th of Hearthfire 201 at the Ambassador's residence. Regrets only. For more attire requested. I'm actually going to save here.
The lady's already paid the fee. Leave when she gives the word. The lady's already paid the fee. Leave when she gives the word.
I guess that will have to do. You should pass for a real guest, at least until you open your mouth. The carriage to the embassy?
Hold on a minute.
This is no time for cold feet. I put everything in your hands here. Not least Malborn's life. Now do whatever it is you need to do, and let's get going before we miss our chance.
The lady's already paid the fee. Leave when she gives the word.
I guess that will have to do. You should pass for a real guest, at least until you open your mouth. Ready to board the carriage to the embassy?
I'm ready to keep the rest of the things safe for me.
Don't worry, it will all be waiting for you when you get back. Just make sure you get back out of there alive with the information we need. Good luck.
Beautiful.
Fellow latecomer to Ellenland's little soiree. And arriving by carriage, no less. I salute you, sir. My lateness is due more to getting lost on the way up this god's-forsaken mountain than to any desire to actually arrive late. I prefer to arrive early, often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking. There's not enough drinking in the world today, wouldn't you agree?
Please, you first. I insist.
I will just rest here a moment. Although it is damnably cold out here, I don't look forward to the trip back down.
I just need to rest a moment.
Perhaps we might share a carriage after the party. I know, we've just met, but think. By the time the party is over, we'll no doubt be fast friends. I look forward to it.
I just need to...
Please, take your time.
Hey, so dear.
I'll go after you. Although these fellows know me, I never miss one of Ellenwood's parties. Don't mind me. I'm perfectly insensible to the cold. Please, take your time.
Awful damn cold up here, and only the guests are allowed inside. Damn foreigners and their inhospitable ways. What are you out here talking to me for? Party's inside. Awful damn cold up here, and only the guests are allowed inside. Damn foreigners and their inhospitable ways. Awful damn cold up here. and only the guests are
I'll go
allowed
after
inside.
you. Although this fellow knows
Inhospitable ways. What are you out here talking to me for? Party's inside. What are you out here talking to me for? Party's inside. Awful damn cold up here, and only the guests are allowed inside. Damn foreigners and their inhospitable ways.
I'll go after you. Although these fellows know me.
Quiet is key. Okay, quiet is key.
Unpaid to wait to take you home. Enjoy yourself. Unpaid to wait to take you home. Enjoy yourself.
These fellows know me. I never miss one of these parties.
Hello, mate.
Welcome to the Thormore Embassy. Your invitation, please.
Listen, mate, I think I left it on the cart.
Of course. Just bring it to me when you find it.
Just be a total
Don't
dick.
mind me. I'm perfectly insensible. Don't mind me. I'm perfectly insensible.
Your invitation, please.
Is that a problem? I was being an asshole.
Of course not. Purely a formality. Now I need to see your invitation.
Here you go.
Thank you, sir. Go right in.
Now then, here's my invitation. I don't have a poison dagger strapped to my thigh, etc., etc.
I'm just doing my duty, sir. Everything's in order. Welcome back, sir.
Yes, yes. Now, to find myself a drink. Inside, my friend, inside, where only the women and drinks are cold. Inside, my friend, inside, where only the women and drinks are cold.
Go right on in. The party is already started. Go right on in. The party is already started.
Guests are advised to remain inside the embassy. The Tholmor Embassy welcomes you. Please proceed into the embassy. Guests are advised to remain inside the embassy.
Alright, idea. Let's go.
Welcome. I don't believe we've met. I am Elenwen, the Thalmor ambassador to Skyrim, and you are?
My name is Zolt here. Pleased to meet you.
Ah, yes. I remember your name from the guest list. Please, tell me more about yourself. What brings you to this... to Skyrim? What is it, Malborn?
It's just that we've run out of the Alto wine. Do I have your permission to uncork the Arinthia Red?
Of course. I've told you before not to bother me with such trifles.
Yes, Madam Ambassador.
My apologies. We'll have to get better acquainted later. Please, enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Nice. Okay, so Diplomat community, it seems that things are worse than even Delphine thought. Dragons aren't just coming back to life, they're being resurrected by other dragons. Delphine suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. I met with a contact, Malborn, who's going to smuggle some of my equipment into the Thalmor ambassador's manor. I want to infiltrate the manor, posing as a guest at the ambassador's party. Once inside, I need to meet up with Malborn and figure out a way to slip away from the party without being caught. Okay.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here?
Oh, I have my, my arrows. What the fuck? I have my arrows on my back. How do I have my... But, oh, that's literally a bug. I'm not supposed to have my arrows on my back. It bugged. That's funny. Hey, we've got some books here. Meant to be those in a sec here.
What can I get for you? You made it in. Good. As soon as you distract the guards, I'll open this door and we can get you on your way. Let's hope we both live through this day.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure you live, mate.
What can I get for you, sir? Good day. Yes, what do you need?
I'm good.
Good day.
Briefings of the Empire Volume 2, we already read that. The Wolf Queen Volume 7, we did not read that. Life of Royal Septon, the 7th. Let me let me see what I've read and what I haven't read. Give me one moment, just gotta check my notes. Alright, Wolf Queen Volume 7, I'm gonna take that. And then Life of Royal Septon, the 7th. A Short Life of Oyo Septim the 7th by Rufus Hine. I'm going to read this here. 3E 368 to 389, so 1 year. Strategist and conciliator. God, these are hard words. The early decades of Emperor Uyo's life were marked by aggressive expansion and consolidation of imperial influence throughout the empire, but especially in the east, in Morrowind and Blackmarsh, where the empire's power was limited. Imperial culture was weak, and native customs and traditions were strong and staunchly opposed to assimilation. During this period, Uriel greatly benefited from the arcane support and shrewd counsel of his close advisor, the Imperial Battle Mage, Yeager Tharn. The story of Uriel's marriage to the Princess Kaula Voria is a less happy tale. Although she was a beautiful and charming woman and greatly loved and admired by the people, the Empress was a deeply unpleasant, arrogant, ambitious, grasping woman. She snared Uriel's septum with her feminine wiles, but Uriel's septum thereafter soon regretted his mistake and was repelled by her. They heartily detested one another and went out of their ways to hurt one another. Their children were the victims of this unhappy marriage. With his agile mind and vaunting ambition, Uriel soon outstripped his master in the balanced skills of threat and diplomacy. Uriel's success in co-opting House Hulalu as an advance guard of imperial culture and economic development in Morrowind is a noteworthy example. However, Uriel also grew in pride and self-assurance. Yeager Tharn fed Uriel's pride, and hiding behind the mask of an outpaced former master counselor, Tharn purchased the complete trust that led finally to Uriel's betrayal and imprisonment in oblivion, and Tharn's secret usurpation of the imperial throne. 3E 389 to 399, so 10 years, betrayed and imprisoned. Little is known of Uriel's experience while trapped in oblivion. He says he remembers nothing but an endless sequence of waking and sleeping nightmares. He says he believed himself to be dreaming, and had no notion of passage of time. Publicly, he long claimed to have no memory of the dreams and nightmares of his imprisonment, but from time to time, during the interviews with the Emperor that formed the basis of this biography, he would relate details of nightmares he had, and would describe them as similar to the nightmares he had when he was imprisoned in oblivion. He seemed not so much unwilling as incapable of describing the experience. But it is clear that the experience changed him. In 3E 389 he was a young man, full of pride, energy, and ambition. During the Restoration, after his rescue and return to the throne, he was an old man, grave, patient, and cautious. He also became conservative and pessimistic, where the policies of his early life were markedly bold, even rash. Uriel's accounts for this change as a reaction to and revulsion for the early teachings and counsel of Yeager Tharn. However, Uriel's exile in oblivion was also clearly drained and wasted him in body and spirit, though his mind retained the shrewd cunning and flexibility of his youth. The story of Tharn's magical impersonation of the Emperor, the unmasking of Tharn's imposture by Queen Boanzaya, and the roles played by King Edwire, Rhea Silmain, and her champion in assembling the Staff of Chaos, defeating the renegade Imperial Battle Mage Yeager Tharn, and restoring Uriel to the throne, is treated at length in Stern Gamboge's excellent 3-volume biography of Boanzaya. There is no reason to recount that narrative here. Summarized briefly, Yeager Tharn's neglect and mismanagement of imperial affairs resulted in a steady decline in the empire's economic prosperity, allowed many petty lords and kings to challenge the authority of the empire, and permitted strong local rulers in the east and the west to indulge in open warfare over lands and sovereign rights. Oops, sorry, my bad. 3E 399 to 415. Restoration, the miracle of peace, and Vardenfoe. During the Restoration, Uriel's septum turned from the aggressive campaign of military intimidation and diplomatic accommodation of his earlier years, and relied instead on clandestine manipulation of affairs behind the scenes, primarily through the agencies of the various branches of the Blades. A complete assessment of the methods and objectives of this period must wait until after the Emperor's death, when the voluminous diaries archived at his country estate may be open to the public, and when the Blades no longer need to maintain the secrecy to protect the identities of its agents. Two signal achievements of this period point to the efficacy of Uriel's subtle policies. The Miracle of Peace, also popularly known as the Warp in the West, that transformed the Lyak Bay region from a ruling assortment of warring petty kingdoms into the well-ordered and peaceful modern counties of Hammerfell, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium, and the colonization of Vardenfell presided over the skillful machinations of King Helseth of Morrowind and Lady Berenzire, the Queen Mother, which brought Morrowind more closely into the sphere of imperial influence. 3E 415 to 430. The Golden Peace, King Helseth's court, and the Nine in the East, following the Miracle of Peace, best described in Per Veterson's Daggerfall, A Modern History. The Empire entered a period of peace and prosperity comparable to the early years of Uriel's reign. With the Imperial Heartland and West solidly integrated into the Empire, Uriel was able to turn his full attention to the east, to Morrowind. Exploiting conflicts at the heart of Morrowind's monolithic tribunal religion and the long-established Great House system of government, and taking advantage of the terrible threat that the corrupted divine beings at the heart of the tribunal religion presented to the growing colonies on Vardenfell, Uriel worked through shadowy agents of the Blades and through the court of King Helseth in Mournhold to shift the centre of political power in Morrowind from the Great House councils to Helseth's court, and took advantage of the collapse of the orthodox tribunal cults to establish the Nine Divines as the dominant face in Hlalu and Vardenfell districts. Hasfat Annabalis' treatment of the establishment of the Nine in the East in his 4-volume Life and Times of the Nerevarin is comprehensive. However, he first resolved the central mystery of this period. How much did Uriel know about the prophecies of the Nerevarin? And how did he learn of their significance? The definitive resolution of this and other mysteries must await the future release of the Emperor's private papers, or a relenting of the Blades' district policies of secrecy concerning their agents. That was unbearably confusing.
Yes, what do you need? Until next time.
I just had some Chick-fil-A. I was hungry. It's really good. Cannot wait in this location.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here? I need another drink.
Here's a drink.
We're not supposed to talk to the guests. We're not supposed to talk to the guests. I'm sorry, sir. I'm on duty.
Ellen Wen always throws quite a party. I never miss one if I can help it. The man who knows how to make money, war can be a most profitable. There's a likely-looking filly, even if she is an elf. You there, serving girl. What's your name, dear?
Rada, sir. Do you need a drink? Something to eat?
Oh, no, that's not what I'm interested in right now.
The fuck?
I just wanted to get a better look at you. Watch it. I like what I see, my dear. And believe me, I don't say that to everyone. I'm very discriminating when it comes to the female form.
Thank you.
What the hell?
Was there anything else I could do for you?
Oh, not at the moment. Maybe later. Go far.
Yes, sir.
Ew. What a creep.
Did you see that serving girl? I hear elf women are insatiable.
What the fuck? No.
Very well then.
I'm not gonna help you, mate, with that. Ew.
The Great War is long past. It's time the Empire and the Altmeri Dominion put aside their differences. Prosperity is good for everyone. Very well then.
Fucking creep, bro. Hey, Preventus.
The Empire is fortunate to have the support of the Thalmor during this difficult time, don't you think? Don't let me keep you.
That's creepy. And then he just sits right next to her.
Help yourself to more wine.
Fucking weirdo.
I trust that this is just the beginning of a long and mutually beneficial relationship.
One thing everyone can agree on. This war is bad for business.
How far I have my arrows?
A Jarl has many duties. Attending parties isn't the most important, but neither is it unpleasant.
Yes, what do you need?
I don't need anything right now, mate. Can I get some food?
Until next time.
Oh my god.
A Jarl has many duties. Attending parties isn't
Yo, these sweet wolves look awesome. These look fucking good.
The hospitality of the Thalmor Embassy is at your service. I'm so glad you could attend today. Do enjoy yourself.
Ah, fuck it. Run over my toe. God damn it. So this spicy chicken sandwich tastes. Mmm. That's good, but it is spicy. Damn. Let's see what the hostess has to say.
It's a necessary part of my job to mix with the upper classes of Skyrim, such as they are.
A ruler is entitled to luxury.
I hope you're enjoying yourself, sir. Until next time.
The hospitality of the Thalmor Embassy is at your service. I'm so glad you could attend today.
Do you host these parties often?
Quite often, yes. The only thing I enjoy more than luxury is sharing that luxury with those who can appreciate it. But I also enjoy learning the latest gossip and hearing the most intriguing rumors.
I see you spare no expense.
Of course not. One does not gather the most important men and women of Skyrim and then serve them cheap ale and stale bread. This is only a taste of the benefits that accrue to those that align themselves with Thalmor interests.
What does your position as Thalmor ambassador involve?
One of my main duties is to foster a better understanding between the Altmeri Dominion and the people of Skyrim. I also oversee the activities of the Thalmor Justiciars throughout Skyrim, although this has been most unfortunately disrupted by the war.
I never quite understood exactly what the Justiciars do.
The Thalmor justiciars are so often misunderstood. Our primary goal is to preserve the peace between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion. The worship of the false god Talos contributed to the unfortunate friction that led to the Great War. Following the Great War, the White Gold Concordat set out the terms for peaceful coexistence between the two powers. The Empire and the Dominion agreed that the worship of Talos was a relic of the past and must be eliminated in the interests of peace. But I'm sure you didn't come here for a lecture on high politics. One of my main duties is to foster a better understanding between the Aldmeri Dominion and the people of Skyrim. I also oversee the activities of the Thalmor Justiciars throughout Skyrim, although this has been most unfortunately disrupted by the war.
What's your position on the Civil War?
As long as the Empire continues to uphold its treaty obligations, my government does not concern itself with the internal politics of Skyrim. Do enjoy yourself.
None of these people cares a whit about the religious aspects of this war. Another sign of the degeneracy of your empire.
Damn, what a dick.
Trust me, there's no place better to forge relationships with the movers and shakers of Skyrim.
Alright, let's see this guy has to say.
The Empire is fortunate to have the support of the Thalmor during this difficult time, don't you think?
Quite a gathering, what you say, mate?
Oh yes, quite. So many important people from all across Skyrim.
What do you do for a living?
I am the steward of Whiterun. I serve Jarl Balgruuf in Dragon's Reach. Truth be told, I'd be more comfortable if I were back there. I get nervous in the company of so many worthies. Don't let me keep you.
Maven Blackbriar, hello.
I don't recall seeing you at one of these before, and I know everyone and anyone in Skyrim.
What brings you to this party?
To maintain relationships. By the way, I don't know who you are, but unless you want me to blow your cover, I'd advise that you avoid me for the rest of the party.
Okay. What's your relationship with the Thalmor?
We have a relationship of mutual respect. I care little about the politics and rivalries between the Thalmor and the Empire. But I do respect power, and the Thalmor have that. They leave me alone, and I leave them alone.
Sounds good.
Until next time. See that disgusting drunk over there? A high-ranking official in the East Empire Company, believe it or not. Until next time.
Hello, mate. You're England.
I admit, I've never felt entirely at ease in the Thalmor embassy.
Are you enjoying the party?
Well enough, I suppose. Elenwen puts a great deal of effort into these parties, and it shows. I just wonder what her real motivations are. That woman is inscrutable.
Can the Thalmor be trusted?
For now, perhaps. But I've heard disturbing rumors that they're marshalling their strength. I suspect the treaty that ended the war was just a tactic to buy time so the Thalmor can rebuild their armies. I hope I'm wrong. I'm not sure the Empire can afford another war. Good speaking with you.
Yep.
It is not eyes that reveal another's true nature. It is the heart.
Having a good time?
Fair faces and fine food are well and good, but honesty is rarely so pleasing.
You been to the embassy often?
There are words spoken and words unspoken. Beware these, Thalmor, for they are adept in both languages. For this reason, I avoid them when I can. May wisdom light your path.
Oh, she doesn't talk.
These parties are a great way to earn a little extra money. I hope you're enjoying the music, sir. It's good practice. Most people barely notice what I'm playing.
That's sad.
It's good practice. Most people barely notice what I'm playing. I hope you're enjoying the music, sir.
I am. It's good.
I hope you're enjoying yourself, sir.
I am.
See ya.
You're a creep, bro.
We're not supposed to talk to the guests. One thing everyone can agree on. This war is bad for business.
If the parties bore you, why attend them?
The East Empire Company has interests all across Tamriel, inside and outside the Empire's borders. We try not to get involved in politics. However, as the head of the company, it's my job to make sure we maintain good relationships with prospective partners and investors.
Does your company do business with the Thalmor?
A delicate question, to be sure. I'm the Emperor's cousin, and the Empire has little love for the Thalmor. On the other hand, the Thalmor have considerable funds and are looking to expand their shipping. I haven't signed any deals yet, but I'm sure my cousin would want a cut if I do. What better way to soothe his wounded pride? Come and visit me in Solitude sometime.
Let's see, did we get her?
The hospitality of the
Yeah, we did.
Thalmor Embassy is at your service. Do enjoy yourself.
Okay, we talked to her, talk to her, talk to her, not talk to her yet. Talk to... Okay, we talked to these two people. Not talked to this guy yet.
These Thalmor know how to treat a guest.
Have you known Elowen long?
I've known her long enough to appreciate her excellent taste in food and wine. And also long enough to respect her importance to Skyrim. She plays a vital role in rooting out the forbidden worship of Talos. As far as I'm concerned, those Talos worshippers get what they deserve. All they do is cause problems for me and the other Jarls.
Some of yours resent the Thalmor, how about you?
Yes, I know what you mean. Most Nords struggle to accept change. Those who fought the Thalmor in the Great War still see an enemy. But that war is over, and a new day has dawned. Besides, the Thalmor reward their friends richly. Anyone who doesn't take advantage of that is a stubborn fool. Until later, then.
Let's see, you talk to this dude.
Just between us, I've got more important things to do than attend these meaningless parties.
What brings you to this party?
Ill luck. I'm a busy man, and I don't have time for this sort of frivolity. But at the same time, I don't dare refuse an invitation from Elenwen.
You don't look happy to be here, mate.
Is it that obvious? I should take pains to seem more happy. I wouldn't want to upset our host. But the truth of it is, I have a mountain of paperwork back in Windhelm, and it's not getting any smaller. I just hope this party doesn't drag on all night. Goodbye, Ben. Victoria, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
It's very nice to meet you. You'll have to excuse Orthus here. He so rarely gets back to civilization. Stuck in Windhelm, poor fellow. Don't worry, Orthus. I'm doing my best to get you reassigned to Solitude.
Oh, don't worry about me. I relish the challenge.
Let's talk to this dude.
I'm married to her. We promised we'd go to lavish parties just like this. I wish he were here now.
Take advantage of the fine food and drink. Such things have been scarce since the war began.
Did you know Vittoria's getting married? They say the Emperor might even come to Skyrim for the wedding. I should be back in Windhelm. I've got work to do. Goodbye, then.
Let's see.
If I had my way, I'd spend all my time at parties like this, and none of it dealing with the common rabble. Until later, then.
Let's see, we need to talk to this guy.
The man who knows how to make money, war can be a most profitable venture.
What brings you this party?
You must be new to Skyrim, or you'd already know who I am. I have a stake in most anything of importance in Solitude. I feel that it's time to put aside the grievances of the past and let peace and prosperity flourish between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion. I try to do my little part. Besides, just between you and me, it's making me pots of money.
Damn. You sound like quite the businessman.
Not every Nord is obsessed with strength, honor, and skill at arms. A rare few are born with a gift for making money. My investments are my strength, and my wealth is my weapon. As for honor, well, there are some luxuries even I can't afford. Very well, then.
If I had my way, I'd spend all my time at parties like this, and none of it dealing with the common rabble. Until later, then.
Alright, so we need to talk to her.
Isn't this something? Eleanor really knows how to host a party.
Enjoying the party?
Very much so, yes. Ellenwood's parties are always so elegant. She really has impeccable taste. My only regret is that she doesn't host them more often.
Are you here with one of the owls?
I beg your pardon? You must have me mistaken for someone else. I am Elisif, widow of High King Torek and Jarl of Solitude.
Oh shit.
Lucky for you, I possess a forgiving nature, and I'm not easily insulted.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Okay.
It was a pleasure, thank you.
At least she's nice. Okay, good. God. Right. And then this dude. It kind of looks like a dick, but.
It's only a matter of time before your whole rotten empire collapses of its own decay.
I was right, he is an asshole. What brings you to this party, mate?
There are those in the Empire who would wish to evade their obligations to help root out the Talos heresy. Fortunately, those most opposed to the Emperor's wise policy have now branded themselves traitors as well as heretics. I am here to remind the ruling classes of Skyrim that their loyalty to the Emperor requires cooperation with the Thrall.
Damn.
Until next time. It's a necessary part of my job to mix with the upper classes of Skyrim, such as they are.
Can there truly be peace between the Thamor and the Empire?
There is peace now, and that peace will continue for as long as it suits our needs. But make no mistake, this is not a peace forged out of necessity between rival nations of equal strength. It is more like the calm between storms, and the next storm, I think, will be far deadlier than the last.
What are your duties here in Skyrim?
I lead the Justiciars. We are charged with enforcing the ban on Talos worship. Nords can be quite stubborn. They're slow to change their ways, and we find more heretics every day. But mark me well. I will purge the heresy from this land as surely as the flame burns the flesh from the bone.
Oh my god. What a total prick. Oh shit. This guy is aggressive. We got this dude. Razalan.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here?
What brings you to this party, mate?
You must be new around here. Bad manners to ask such a direct question of soirees. But I have nothing to hide. I'm in from the south business. And if you want to do business in Tamriel these days, well, you'd better get used to cozying up to the Thalmor, like it or not.
You look thirsty.
My friend, you are very perceptive. I have a powerful thirst that cannot be slaked. And none of the waiters will bring me a drink. Elowen must have told them to cut me off. Bitch. Afraid I'll cause another scene, I suppose.
Oh shit.
I need another drink.
He wants a drink. Okay. Well, let's get him a drink. Because he probably wants one, and it'll give us a distraction probably.
Yes, what do you need?
I'm ready.
Of course. Let me see if we have another bottle of that. I'll be waiting by the door for everyone to be distracted. What can I get for you, sir?
I'd like a drink.
Here you go, sir. The finest Colovian bread. Is there anything else I can get for you?
That's good.
Very well.
Clovian brandy restores. Holy shit. Restores 25 points of stamina. You haggle for 20% better prices for 30 seconds. Stamina regenerates 2%. What the fuck? Okay.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here?
Yeah, I brought you a drink.
I need another drink.
Okay. Let me actually let me do another save.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here?
Here, I brought you a drink. I just want to see what happens.
Ah, the one generous soul amongst a gathering of pinch pennies and lick spittles. If there's anything I can ever do for you, do not hesitate to call upon me.
Thanks. I'll let you know if I need anything.
Your wish is my command. As long as it doesn't involve much physical activity. I seem to be having trouble staying on my feet at the moment. My friend, a toast to a beautiful friendship. I need another drink.
Here's another one. That's funny as hell.
What can I get for you, sir? Very well.
We officially talked to everybody, so
My friend, a toast to a beautiful friendship.
there's something you could do for me.
Of course, I would do anything for you, my one and truest friend. What do you need? I need another drink.
Sorry. I hit tab.
My friend, a toast to a beautiful friendship. Of course, I would do anything for you.
I need you to
my
cause a
one
scene. Get everyone's
truest
attention for a few
friend.
minutes.
Is that all? My friend, you've come to the right person. You could say that causing a scene is somewhat of a specialty of mine. Stand back and behold my handiwork. Stand back and watch it. Attention, everyone. Could I have your attention, please? I have an announcement to make. I propose a toast to Elenwen, our mistress. I speak figuratively. Nothing could be more unlikely than that someone would actually want her in their bed. Although, most of you are already in bed with her. But again, I speak figuratively, of course. Fine, fine. Get your hands off me. I'll be a good boy now. Wouldn't want to offend our Thalmor overlords, would we? Someone bring me a drink, quick.
They drinks more. Oh, I ruined it.
My friend, a toast to a beautiful friendship. Indeed, being a drunken boor is thirsty work, and I can't seem to find my way back to the bar. Indeed, being a drunken boor is thirsty work, and I can't seem to find my way back to the bar. I need another drink.
Alright, well,
We're not supposed to talk.
let me do that again.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here? Ah, the one generous soul amongst the gathering of pinched pennies and lit spittles. If there's anything I can ever do for you, do not hesitate to call upon me.
Alright, there's something you could do for me.
Wonderful. I can begin to repay your generosity immediately. Say on, friend.
You should cause a scene, get everyone's attention for a few minutes.
Is that all? My friend, you've come to the right person. You could say that causing a scene is somewhat of a specialty of mine. Stand back and behold my handiwork. Stand back and watch it. Attention, everyone. Could I have your attention, please? I have an announcement. I propose a toast to...
Let's go, before anyone notices us. Let's go, before anyone notices us.
Someone would actually want her in their bed.
Okay, seems that things are worse than even Delphine thought. Dragons are just come back to life. They're being resurrected by the dragons. Delphine suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. To contact Marble and smuggled some of my equipment into the Thalmor ambassador's manor. I infiltrated the manor, posing as a guest at the ambassador's party. Now I need to search the ambassador's office to find out what the Thalmor know about the dragons.
Let me do the talking. Not now. So far, so good. Let's hope nobody saw us slip out. We need to pass through the kitchen. Your gear is hidden in the larder. Just stay close and let me do any talking. Got it? Follow me. Shut up, will you? Shut up, will you?
You know I don't like strange smells in my kitchen.
A guest feeling ill. Leave the poor wretch be.
A guest? In the kitchens? You know this is against the rules.
Rules, is it, Savani? I didn't realize that eating moon sugar was permitted. Perhaps I should ask the ambassador.
Out of here. I saw nothing.
Your gear is in that chest. I'll lock the door behind you. Don't screw this up. Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead. Let me do the talking. Not now. Shut up. Hurry it up. I've got to get back before I'm missed.
See what's in here. Anything?
Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Go out before I change my mind. Go out. minutes before I change my mind.
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Alright. Achieve your gear, check everything. Alright. Steel mace. Or 9. Quest items cannot be removed from your inventory. That works.
Hurry it up. I've got to get back before I'm missed. Let me do the talking.
I did it, bro.
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong. Hurry it up. I've got to get back before I'm missed.
Did you see those rogues?
You're on your own now.
Were they with us?
Not now.
Treaty enforcers.
Oh, I screwed that up. Hold on. I screwed that up.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here? Ah, if there's anything I can ever do wonderful, is that all? Stand back and behold my handiwork. Attention, everyone. Could I have
Let's go. Let's go. Before anyone notices us.
when our mistress likes me nothing could be more unlikely than that someone would actually want her in their bed. Although
Let me do the talking. So far, so good. Let's hope nobody saw us slip out. We need to pass through the kitchen. Your gear is hidden in the larder. Just stay close and let me do any talking. Got it? Follow me.
Do come, Malcolm. You know I don't like strange smells in my kitchen.
A guest feeling ill. Leave the poor wretch be.
A guest? In the kitchens? You know this is against the rules.
Rules, is it, Savani? I didn't realize that eating moon sugar was permitted. Perhaps I should ask the ambassador.
Get out of here. I saw nothing.
Your gear is in that chest. I'll lock the door behind you. Don't screw this up.
I'll try not to. Alright, we did it.
Come on. If someone misses me at the party, we're both dead.
Alright, let's go.
Did you see those rogues
You're on your own.
this morning? Who are they with? More of the emissaries' treaty enforcers? No, they're high mages, just in from Aladdin. I guess himself is finally getting worried about all the dragon attacks. Ah, good. I've been wondering how we were supposed to defend this place from the dragon. If a dragon does show up, maybe we'll get lucky, and it will eat the mages first. Might give us enough time to kill it. Ha! I'd like to see those arrogant bastards taken down a notch. Always looking down their noses at us lowly foot sloggers. Well, we better get back to our rounds. Never should have come here.
Ow. Ow, I'm gonna die. Magic as lowest may prevent you from casting spells. Drink a potion may food to recover. God, I almost died. That was insane. I'm a soldier. Garnet. Light armor. Oh shit. What is this called? Nice. Door requires key. Got some loot in here. Hooded thermal robes, nice. There's a book here. The Cake and the Diamond. Should probably read that. I'll grab this as well. The Cake and the Diamond. Let's read this book. The Cake and the Diamond by Athin Wendell. I was in the Rat and the Pot, a foreigner corner club in Aldroon, talking to my fellow rats when I first saw the woman. Now, Breton women are fairly common in the Rat and Pot. As a breed, they seem inclined to wander far from their perches in High Rock. Old Breton women, however, are not so migratory, and the wizened old biddy drew attention to herself, wandering about the room, talking to everyone. Nimloth and Oidad were at the usual places, drinking their usual stuff. Oidad was showing off a prize he had picked up in some illicit manner, a colossal diamond, large as a baby's hand, and clear as spring water. I was admiring it when I heard the creaking of old bones behind me. "Good day to you, friends," said the old woman. "My name is Abel Tridite, and I am in need of financial assistance to facilitate my transportation to Old Bredania." "You'll want to see the temple for charity," said Nimroth curtly. "I'm not looking for charity," said Abel. "I'm looking to barter services." "Don't make me sick, old woman," laughed Oediad. "Did you say your name was Abel Treated? I asked. Are you related to Abel Treated, the High Rock alchemist? Closely related, she said, with a cackle. We are the same person. Perhaps I could prepare you a potion in exchange for gold. I noticed that you have in your possession a very fine diamond. The magical qualities of diamonds are boundless. Sorry, old woman. I ain't giving up for magic. It was trouble enough stealing this one, said Oediad. I've got a fence he'll trade it in for gold. But your fence would demand a certain percentage, will he not? What if I could give you a potion of invisibility in exchange? In return for that diamond, you could have the means to steal many more. A very fair exchange of services, I would say. It would be, but I have no gold to give you, said Oediad. I'll take what remains of the diamond after I made the potion, said Abel. If you took it to the Mages Guild, you have to supply all the other ingredients and pay for it as well. But I learned my craft in the wild, when no potion makers existed to dissolve diamonds into dust. When you must do it all by hand, by simple skill, you are blessed with remnants the fool potion makers at the guild simply swallow up. That sounds all very nice, said Nimloth. But how do we know your potion's going to work? If you make one potion, take the rest of Oediad's diamond, and leave, you won't know until you've gone whether the potion works or not. Ah, trust is so rare these days, sighed Abel. I suppose I could make 2 potions for you, and there'd still be a little bit of diamond left for me. Not a lot, but perhaps enough to get me to Old Redania. Then you could try the first potion right here and now, and see if you're satisfied or not. But, I interjected, you can make one potion that works and one that doesn't, and take more of the diamond. She could even give you a slow-acting poison. By the time she got to Old Redania, you'd be dead. Bleeding Kinnereth, you done most suspicious. I will hardly have any diamond left. But I can make 2 potions of 2 doses each, so you can satisfy yourself that the potion works and has no negative effects. If you still don't trust me, come along with me to my table and witness my craft if you like. So it was decided that I would accompany Abel back to her table where she had all her travelling bags, full of herbs and minerals, to make certain that she was not making 2 different potions. It took nearly an hour of preparation, but she kindly allowed me to finish her half-filled flagon of wine while I watched her work. Splintering the diamond and powdering the pieces required the bulk of the time. Over and over again she waved her gnarled hands over the gem, intoning ancient enchantments, breaking the facets of the stone into smaller and smaller pieces. Separately she made pastes of minced bitter green, crushed red bulbs of Delaco spay, and driblets of Siciliani oil. I finished the wine. Old woman, I finally said with a sigh, how much longer is this going to take? I'm getting tired of watching you work. The Mages Guild has fooled the populace into thinking alchemy is a science, she said, but if you're tired, rest your eyes. My eyes closed, seemingly of their own volition. But there had been something in that wine, something that made me do what she asked. I think I'll make up the potions as cakes. It's much more potent that way. Now tell me, young man, what will your friends do once I give them the potion? Mug you in the street afterwards to retrieve the rest of the diamond, I said simply. I didn't want to tell the truth, but there it was. I thought so, but I wanted to be certain. You may open your eyes now. I opened my eyes. Abel had made a small presentation on a wood platter, 2 small cakes and a silver cutting knife. Pick up the cakes and bring them to the table, said Abel, and don't say anything except to agree with whatever I say. I did as I was told. It was a curious sensation. I didn't really mind being her puppet. Of course, in retrospect, I resent it, but it seemed perfectly natural at the time to obey without question. Abel handed the cakes to Oediad, and I dutifully verified both cakes were made the same way. She suggested that he cut one of the cakes in half, and she would take one piece and he'd take the other, just so he would know that they worked and weren't poisoned. Oediad thought it was a good idea, and used Abel's knife to cut the cake. Abel took the piece on the left and popped it into her mouth. Oediad took the piece on the right and swallowed it more cautiously. Abel and all the bags she was carrying vanished from sight almost instantly. Nothing happened to Oediad. Why did it work for me with the witch and not for me? Cried Oediad. Because the diamond dust was only on the left-hand side of the blade, said the old alchemist through me. I felt her control lessening as the distance grew, and she hurried visibly down the dark Aldrin street away from the rotten bot. We never found a credite or her diamond. Whether she completed her pilgrimage to Old Redania is anyone's guess. The cakes had no effect except to give Woody a bad case of droops that lasted for nearly a week. Damn. That's insane. This goes up into Skyrim, so I'm gonna go up here first. See what I can find up here. Ew. It's a lot of these rooms. Skyrim. Another book. Kicking the Diamond. Alright, we just read that. Book here, Dreamer History and Culture. We're gonna have to read that. Fucking hell, there's so many books. God damn it. Uncommon Taste, we read that. Let's look in here. Not sleeping in her own bed. See where we are in the map. Talmud Embassy's up here. Damn. Wait. Oh, we didn't even go in here yet. Taking the diamond. Got a book there. 2 books there, got a book there. Firmament and Adra and Daedra. Alright, let's read this shit first. Briefers of the Empire, Volume 3. Let's do it. Briefers of the Empire, Part 3. By Stronach Katoy III, Imperial Historian. That's good. That's a good sandwich. Spicy chicken. Alright. The first volume of this series told in brief the story of the succession of the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, from Tiber I to Kinshira II. The second volume described the War of the Red Diamond and the 6 emperors that followed its aftermath, from Uriel III to Cassinda I. At the end of that volume, it was described how the Emperor Cassinda's half-brother, Uriel IV, assumed the throne of the Empire of Tamriel. It will be recalled that Uriel IV was not a Septim by birth. His mother, though she reigned as Empress for many years, was a dark elf married to a true Septim Emperor, Pelagius III. Uriel's father was actually Catariah I consort after Pelagius' death, a Breton nobleman named Galivir Lariat. Before taking the throne of the empire, Cassinda I had ruled the kingdom of Wayrest, but poor health had forced him to retire. Cassinda had no children, so he illegally adopted his half-brother Uriel and abdicated the kingdom. 7 years later, Cassinda inherited the empire at the death of his mother. 3 years after that, Uriel once again found himself the recipient of Cassinda's inheritance. Uriel IV's reign was a long and difficult one. Despite being a legally adopted member of the Septim family, and despite the Laureate family's high position, indeed, they were distant cousins of the Septims, few of the Elder Council could be persuaded to accept him fully as a blood descendant of Tiber. The council had assumed much responsibility during Korrio I's long reign and Cassinda I's short one, and a strong-willed alien monarch like Uriel IV found it impossible to command their unswerving fealty. Time and again the council and emperor were at odds, and time and again the council won the battles. Since the days of Pelagius II, the elder council had consisted of the wealthiest men and women in the empire, and the power they wielded was conclusive. The council's last victory over Uriel IV was posthumous. Andorak, Uriel IV's son, was disinherited by vote of council, and a cousin more closely related to the original Septim line was proclaimed Sepphoris II in 3E 247. For the first 9 years of Sepphoris II's reign, those loyal to Andorak battled the imperial forces. In an act that the sage Irantine called Tiber Septim's Heart Beating No More, the council granted Andorak the High Rock Kingdom of Shornhelm to end the war, and Andorak's descendants still rule there. By and large, Sepphoris II had foes that demanded more of his attention than Andorak. From out of a Cimmerian nightmare, in the words of Irantine, a man who called himself the Camoran Usurper, led an army of Daedra and undead warriors on a rampage through Valenwood, conquering kingdom after kingdom. Few could resist his onslaughts, and as month turned to bloody month in the year 3E 249, even fewer tried. Sepphoris II sent more and more mercenaries into Hammerfell to stop the usurper's northward march, but they were bribed or slaughtered and raised as undead. The story of the Camoran usurper deserves a book of its own. It is recommended that the reader find Palau Uthries, The Fall of Usurper, for more detail. In short, however, the destruction of the forces of the usurper had little to do with the efforts of the emperor. The result was a great regional victory and an increase in hostility toward the seemingly inefficacious empire. Uriel V, Sepphoris II's son and successor, swiveled opinion back toward the latent power of the empire. Turning the attention of Tamriel away from internal strife, Uriel V embarked on a series of invasions, beginning almost from the moment he took the throne in 3E 268. Uriel V conquered Roscrea in 271, Cathnokri in 276, Eneslia in 279, and Esroniet in 284. In 3E 288, he embarked on his most ambitious enterprise, the invasion of the continent kingdom of Akavir. This ultimately proved a failure, for 2 years later Uriel V was killed in Akavir on the battlefield of Ionith. Nevertheless, Uriel V holds a reputation second only to Tiber as one of the two great warrior emperors of Tamriel. In the last four emperors, beginning with Uriel V's infant son, are described in the fourth and final volume of this series. Beautiful. Alright, and then First Hand Revolt, we're going to read that. The First Horde Revolt by Mavius Kai, I don't know. You told me that if her if her brother won, she would be sister to the King of Wayrest, and Riemann would want to keep her for the alliance. But her brother Helseth lost and has fled with his mother back to Morrowind. And still Riemann has not left her to marry me. Lady Ghislaine took a long, slow drag of the hookah and blew out Dragon's breath, so the scent of blossoms perfumed her gilded chamber. You make a very poor advisor, Kale. I might have spent my time romancing the King of Cloudrest or Alinor instead of the wretched royal husband of Queen Morgia. Kale knew better than to hurt his lady's vanity by the mere suggestion that the King of Firsthold might have come to love his Dunmer Queen. Instead, he gave her a few minutes to pause and look from her balcony out over the high cliff palaces of the ancient capital. The moons shone like crystal on the deep sapphire waters of the Abyssian Sea. It was ever springtide here, and he could well understand why she would prefer a throne in this land than in Cloudrest or Alinor. Finally, he spoke. The people are with you, my lady. They do not relish the idea of Riemann's dark elf heirs ruling the kingdom when he is gone. I wonder, she said calmly, I wonder if, as the king would not give up his queen for want of alliances, whether she would give herself up out of fear. Of all the people of Firsthold, who most dislikes the Dunmer influence on the court. Is this a trick question, my lady? Asked Kale. The Trebite monks, of course. Their credo has never been for pure ultimate bloodlines on Somerset, and among the royal families most of all. But, my lady, they make very weak allies. I know, said Ghislaine, taking up her hookah again, thoughtfully, a smile creeping across her face. Morgia has seen it to it that they have no power. She would have exterminated them altogether had Riemann not stopped her for all the good they do for the country folk. What if they found themselves with a very powerful benefactress, one with intimate knowledge of the court of Firsthold, the chief concubine of the king, and all the gold to buy weapons with that her father, the king of Skywatch, could supply. Well armed, and with the support of the country people, they would be formidable, nodded Kale. But as your advisor, I must warn you, if you make yourself an active foe of Queen Morgia, you must play to win. She has inherited much of her mother, Queen Burnside's intelligence and spirit of vengeance. She would not know I am her foe until it is too late, shrugged Ghislaine. Go to the Trebit Monastery and bring me Friar Lilim. We must strategize our plan of attack. For 2 weeks, Riemann was advised about growing resentment in the countryside from peasants who called Morgia the Black Queen, but it was nothing that he had not heard before. His attention was on the pirates on a small island off the coast called Kaluis La. They had been more brazen as late, attacking royal barges in organized raids. To deliver a crushing blow, he ordered the greatest part of his militia to invade the island, an incursion he himself would lead. A few days after Riemann left the capital, the revolt of Trebit monks exploded. The attacks were well coordinated and without warning. The chief of the guards did not wait to be announced, but bursting into Morgia's bedchamber ahead of a flurry of maidservants. My queen, he said, it is a revolution. By contrast, Ghislaine was not asleep when Kale came to deliver the news. She was seated by the window, smoking her hookah and looking at the fires far off in the hills. Morgia is with council, he explained. I am certain they are telling her about the Trebit monks that are behind the uprising, and that the revolution will be at the city gates by morning. How large is the revolutionary army in contrast to the remaining royal militia? Asked Ghislaine. The odds are well in our favour, said Kale, though not perhaps as much as we hoped. The country folk, it seems, like to complain about their queen, but stop short of insurrection. Primarily, the army is composed of the monks themselves and a horde of mercenaries your father's gold bought. In a way of thinking, it is preferable this way. They are more professional and organized than a common mob. Really, they are a true army, complete with a horn section. If that doesn't frighten the Black Queen into abdication, nothing will, smiled Gillian, rising from her chair. The poor dear must be beside herself with worry. I must fly to her side and enjoy it. Gillian was disappointed when she saw Morgaya come out of the council chambers. Considering that she had been woken from a deep sleep with cries of revolution and had spent the last several hours in consultation with her meagre general force, she looked beautiful. There was a sparkle of proud defiance in her bright red eyes. "My queen," Gillian cried, forcing real tears. "I came as soon as I heard. Will we all be slaughtered?" "A distinct possibility," replied Morgia simply. Gillian tried to read her, but the expressions of women, especially alien women, were a far greater challenge than those of Ultima men. "I hate myself for even thinking to propose this," said Gillian, "but since the cause of their fury is you, perhaps if you were to give up the throne, they might disperse. Please understand, my queen, I am thinking only of the good of the kingdom and our own lives." "I understand the spirit of your suggestion," smiled Morgia, "and I will take it under advisement. Believe me, I've thought of it myself, but I don't think it will come to that." "Have you a plan for defending us?" asked Gillian, contorting her features into an expression she knew bespoke girlish hope. "The king left us several dozen of his royal battle mages," said Morgia. "I think the mob believes we have nothing but palace guards and a few soldiers to protect us. When they get to the gates, are greeted with a wave of fireballs, I find it highly likely they will lose heart and retreat." "But isn't there some protection they could be using against such an assault?" asked Gillian with her best word voice. "If they knew about it, naturally there is. But an unruly mob is unlikely to have mages skilled in the arts of restoration, by which they could shield themselves from their spells, or mysticism, by which they could reflect the spells back on my battle mages. That would be the worst scenario, but even if they were well organized enough to have mystics in their ranks, and enough of them to reflect so many spells, it just isn't done. No battlefield commander would advise such a defense during a siege unless he knew precisely what he was going to be meeting. And then, of course, once the trap was sprung..." Morgia winked. "It's too late for a countering spell." "A most cunning solution, your highness," said Gillian, honestly impressed. Morgia excused herself to meet with her battle mages, and Gillian gave her an embrace. Kale was waiting in the palace garden for his lady. "Are there mystics among the mercenaries?" she asked quickly. "Several, in fact," replied Kale, bewildered by her query. "Largely rejects from the Psionic Order. But they know enough to cast the regular spells of the school. You must sneak out the city gate and tell Friar Liam to have them cast reflection spells on all the front line before they attack," said Gillian. "That's most irregular battlefield strategy," frowned Kale. "I know it is, fool. That's what Morgia is counting on. There's a gang of battle mages who are going to be waiting on the battlements to greet our army with a barrage of fireballs. Battle mages? I would have thought that King Riemann would have brought them with him to fight the pirates." "You would have thought that," laughed Gillian, "but then we would be defeated. Now go." Friar Lilam agreed with Kale that it was a bizarre, unheard of way to begin a battle, casting reflection spells on all one's troops. It went against every tradition, and as a tribute monk, he valued tradition above every other virtue. There was little other choice, though, given the intelligence. He had few enough healers in the army, as it were, and their energies could not be wasted casting resistance spells. At dawn's light, the rebel army was in sight of the gleaming spires of First Hold. Friar Lilam gathered together every soldier who knew even the rudimentary secrets of mysticism, who knew how to tap into the elementary conundrums and noughts of the energies of magicka. Though few were masters of the art, their combined force was powerful to behold. A great surge of entangling power washed over the army, crackling, hissing, and infusing all with their ghostly force. When they arrived at the gates, every soldier, even the least imaginative, knew that no spell would touch him for a long time. Friar Lionel watched his army batter into the gate with the great satisfaction of a commander who has counteracted an unthinkable attack with an outrageous defense. The smile quickly faded from his face. They were met at the battlements not by mages but by common archers of the palace guard. As the flaming arrows fell upon the siegers like a red rain, the healers ran in to help the wounded. The healing spells reflected off the dying men, one after the other. Chaos ruled as the attackers suddenly found themselves defenseless and began a panicked, unorganized retreat. Friar Lionel himself considered briefly holding his ground before fleeing himself. Later, he would send furious notes to Lady Guilloline and Kale, but they were returned. Even his best secret agents within the palace were unable to find their whereabouts. Neither had, as it turns out, much previous experience with torture, and they soon confessed their treachery to the king's satisfaction. Kale was executed, and Guilloline was sent back with escort to her father's court of Skywatch. He has little to find a husband for her. He has still to find a husband for her. Riemann, by contrast, has elected not to take a new royal concubine. The common folk of First Hold considered this break-in palace protocol to be more of the sinister alien influence of the Black Queen, and grumbled to all who listen. Damn, that was a lot. Darkest Darkness. Darkest Darkness by Anonymous. In Morrowind, both worshippers and sorcerers summon lesser Daedra and bound Daedra as servants and instruments. Most Daedric servants can be summoned by sorcerers, only for very brief periods, within the most fragile and tenuous frameworks of command and binding. This fortunately limits their capacity for mischief, though in only a few minutes, most of these servants can do terrible harm to the summoners as well as the enemies. Worshippers may bind other Daedric servants to this plane through rituals and pacts. Such arrangements result in the Daedric servant remaining on this plane indefinitely, or at least until their bodily manifestations on this plane are destroyed, precipitating their supernatural essences back into oblivion. Whenever Daedra are encountered at Daedric ruins or in tombs, they are almost invariably long-term visitors to our plane. Likewise, lesser entities bound by their Daedra lords into weapons and armor may be summoned for brief periods or may persist indefinitely, so long as they are not destroyed and banished. The class of bound weapons and bound armor summoned by the temple followers and conjurers are examples of short-term bindings. Daedric artifacts like Mehrunes' razor and the mask of Clavicus Vial are examples of long-term bindings. The Tribunal Temple of Morrowind has incorporated the veneration of Daedra as lesser spirits subservient to the immortal Almsivi, the triune godhead of Almalexia, Sotha-Sil, and Vivek. These subordinate Daedra are divided into the good Daedra and the bad Daedra. The good Daedra have willingly submitted to the authority of Almsivi. The bad Daedra are rebels who defy Almsivi, treacherous kin who are more than adversaries than allies. The good Daedra are Berethia, Azura, and Mephala. The Hunger is a powerful and violent lesser Daedra, associated with both Berethia, father of Plots, a sinuous, long-limbed, long-tailed creature with a beast-skulled head known for its paralyzing touch and ability to disintegrate weapons and armor. The Winged Twilight is a messenger of Azura, goddess of dusk and dawn. Winged Twilights resemble the feral harpies of the West, though the feminine aspects of the Winged Twilights are more ravishing, and their long, sharp, hooked tails are measurably more deadly. Spider Daedra are the servants of Mephala, taking the form of spider humanoid centaurs, with a naked upper head, torso, and arms of human proportions, mounted on the 8 legs and armored carapace of a giant spider. Unfortunately, these Daedra are so fierce and irrational that they cannot be trusted to heed the commands of the spinner. As a consequence, few sorcerers are willing to either summon or bind such creatures in Morrowind. The Bard Daedra are Mehrunes Dagon, Malakath, Shilgoroth, and Molag Bal. 3 lesser Daedra are associated with Mehrunes Dagon. The agile and pesky Scamp, the ferocious and beast-like Clanfear, and the noble and deadly Tremora. The crocodile-headed humanoid Daedra called the Daedroth is a servant of Molag Bal, while the giant but dim-witted Ogrim is a servant of Malakath. Shilgoroth's lesser Daedra, the Golden Saint, a half-clothed human female in appearance, is highly resistant to magic and a dangerous spellcaster. Another type of lesser Daedra often encountered in Morrowind is the Atronach, or Elemental Daedra. Atronachs have no binding kinship or ailments with the Daedra Lords, serving one realm or another at whim, shifting sides according to seduction, compulsion, or opportunity. Damn. That's some powerful magic. Dwemer History and Culture. Collected Essays on the Dwemer History and Culture, Chapter 1. Oh, perfect. Marabas Soul and the Trivialization of the Dwemer in Popular Culture by Hasfat and Tabalis. While Marabas Soul's Ancient Tales of the Dwemer was definitively debunked in scholarly circles as early as the reign of Kataria I, it remains one of the staples of the literate middle classes of the Empire, and has served to set the image of the Dwemer in the popular imagination for generations of school children. What about this lengthy but curiously substantial tomb has proved so captivating to the public that it has been able to see off both the scorn of the literati and the scathing critiques of the scholars? Before examining this question, a brief summary of the provenance and subsequent career of Ancient Tales would be appropriate. First published around 2E670 in the interregnum between the fall of the First Cyrodiilic Empire and the rise of Tarbes Septim, it was originally presented as a serious scholarly work based on research in the archives of the University of Gwylem, and in the chaos of that era was taken at face value, a sign of the sad state of Dwemer scholarship in those years. Little is known of the author, but Marabas Soul was most likely a pseudonym of Gore Phelim, a prolific writer of penny dreadful romances of that era, who is known to have used many other pseudonyms. While most of Phelim's other work has, thankfully, been lost to history, what little survives matches Ancient Tales in both language and tone. See Lomas, textual comparison of Gore Phelim's a hypothetical treachery with Marabas Soul's Ancient Tales of the Dwemer. Phelim lived in Cyrodiil his whole life, writing light entertainments for the elite of the old imperial capital. Why he decided to turn his hand to the Dwemer is unknown, but it is clear that his research has consisted of nothing more than collecting the peasants' tales of the Nibene Valley and recasting them in Dwemer guise. The book proved popular in Cyrodiil, and Phelim continued to churn out more volumes until the series numbered 7 in all. Ancient Tales of the Dwemer was thus firmly established as a local favourite in Cyrodiil, already in its 17th printing, when the historical forces that propelled Tarbes Septim to prominence also began to spread the literature of the Heartland across the continent. Marabas Soul's version of the Dwemer was seized upon in a surge of human racial nationalism that has not yet subsided. The Dwemer appear in these tales as creatures of fable and light fantasy, but in general they are just like us. They come across as a bit eccentric, perhaps, but certainly there is nothing fearsome or dangerous about them. Compare these to the Dwemer of the early Redguard legend, a mysterious, powerful race capable of bending the very laws of nature to their will, vanished but perhaps not gone. Or the Dwemer portrayed in the most ancient Nord sagas, Fearsome warriors, tainted by blasphemous religious practices who use their profane mechanisms to drive the Nords from Morrowind. Marlborough Soul's Dreamer were much more amenable to the spirit of the time, which saw humans as a pinnacle of creation and the other races as unenlightened barbarians, or imperfect lesser versions of humans eager for tutelage. Ancient Tales falls firmly in the latter camp, which does much to explain its enduring hold on the popular imagination. Marlborough Soul's Dreamer are so much more comfortable, so much friendlier, so much more familiar than the real Dreamer, whose truly mysterious nature we are only beginning to understand. The public prefers the light, trivial version of this vanished race, and from what I have learned in my years of studying the Dreamer, I have some sympathy for that preference, as the following essays will show. The Dreamer were, to our modern eyes, a remarkably unlikable people in many ways. Damn. So we did all that. So, no other books here. We got that. Kicking the diamond. We have Aedra and Daedra and the Firmament. We have to read these. God damn it. Aedra and Daedra, the Firmament. Alright, we'll do Aedra first. Aedra and Daedra first. Aedra and Daedra. The designations of gods, demons, Aedra and Daedra are universally confusing to the layman. They are often used interchangeably. Aedra and Daedra are not relative terms. They are elvish and exact. Azura is a Daedra, both in Skyrim and Morrowind. Aedra is usually translated as ancestor, which is as close as Cyrodiilic can come to this elven concept. Daedra means, roughly, not our ancestors. This distinction was crucial to the Dunmer, whose fundamental split in ideology is represented in their mythical genealogy. Aedra are associated with stasis. Daedra represent change. Aedra created the mortal world and are bound to the earth bones. Daedra, who cannot create, have the power to change. As part of the divine contract of creation, the Aedra can be killed. Witness Lorcan and the Moons. The Protean Daedra, for whom the rules do not apply, can only be banished. Damn. The Firmament. The Firmament by Folky. The stars of Tamriel are divided into 13 constellations. 3 of them are the major constellations, known as the Guardians. These are the Warrior, the Mage, and the Thief. Each of the Guardians protects its 3 charges from the 13th constellation, the Serpent. When the sun rises near one of the constellations, it is that constellation's season. Each constellation has a season of approximately 1 month. The Serpent has no season, for it moves about in the heavens, usually threatening one of the other constellations. The Warrior. The Warrior is the first Guardian constellation. He protects his charges during their seasons. The Warrior's own season is last seed, when his strength is needed for the harvest. His charges are the Lady, the Steed, and the Lord. Those born under the sign of the Warrior are skilled with weapons of all kinds, but prone to short tempers. The Mage. The Mage is a Guardian constellation whose season is Rain's Hand, when Magicka was first used by men. His charges are the Apprentice, the Golem, and the Ritual. Those born under the Mage have more Magicka and talent for all kinds of spellcasting, but are often arrogant and absent-minded. The Thief. Oops, sorry. The Thief is the last Guardian constellation, and her season is the darkest month of Evening Star. Her charges are the Lover, the Shadow, and the Tower. Those born under the sign of the Thief are not typically thieves, though they take risks more often and only rarely come to harm. They will run out of luck eventually, however, and rarely live as long as those born under other signs. The serpent. The serpent wanders about in the sky and has no season, though its motions are predictable to a degree. No characteristics are common to all who are born under the sign of the serpent. Those born under this sign are the most blessed and the most cursed. The lady. The lady is one of the warrior's chargers, and her season is hearthfire. Those born under the sign of the lady are kind and tolerant. The steed. The steed is one of the warrior's chargers, and her season is mid-year. Those born under the sign of the steed are impatient and always hurrying from one place to another. The Lord. The Lord's season is first seed, and he oversees all of Tamriel during the planting. Those born under the sign of the Lord are stronger and healthier than those born under other signs. The apprentice. The apprentice's season is sun's height. Those born under the sign of the apprentice have a special affinity for magic of all kinds, but are more vulnerable to magic as well. The Atronach. The Atronach, often called the Golem, is one of the mage's chargers. Its season is sun's dusk. Those born under this sign are natural sorcerers with deep reserves of magicka, but they cannot generate magicka of their own. The Ritual. The Ritual is one of the mage's chargers, and its season is Morning Star. Those born under this sign have a variety of abilities depending on the aspects of the moons and the divines. The Lover. The Lover is one of the thief's chargers, and her season is sun's dawn. Those born under the sign of the Lover are graceful and passionate. The Shadow. The Shadow season is second seed. The Shadow grants those born under her sign the ability to hide in shadows. The Tower. The Tower is one of the thief's chargers, and his season is frostfall. Those born under the sign of the Tower have a knack for finding gold and can open locks of all kinds. Nice. That was the firmament. We did everything. The cake and the diamond, we already read that. Uncommon taste, we read that already. Just check again in here. Yep, we got everything. It's a lot of fucking reading. God. I'll wait this amount. Alright, let's do it. Ow. Ow. There's more. Oh, Lydia's there. The fuck? Lydia. Oh shit, she's back there. Oh shit, Lydia was there. Oh, she's okay. Let me save here real quick. Thermal Embassy, Element Solar. Let's do it. Hold on. Let me reload that. I want to hear all the dialogue. What the fuck? Damn. Where'd that guy go? Cake and a diamond. Okay, good. We read that. Excuse me. God, there's so many fucking books I gotta read. Oh, it sucks. Alright, Cross Daggers, Rising Threat Volume 3, Rising Threat Volume 4. Alright, I would take these two books. Take Cross Daggers, Beggar Prince, 1, 2, Baron's Eye 3. Ugh. Then Beggar Prince, okay. Oh, this sucks. Oh, come on, I'm a Sea Dungeon expert. It's locked. My question is, where'd that guy go? Oh, a chest. 1 gold. Let's go up here and see if we have a key or something. There's no one here, what the fuck? Do I have to go back outside?
Please, don't kill me.
Ow! Why are you trying to hurt me, mate? I'm so fucking confused. See if there's... Oh, chamber key, there we go. Okay. So the keys are in there, so I didn't actually need to kill that guy. God damn it. Alright. Damn. Display case, expert. Glow dust. It's pretty dope. Alright. Let me do a save here real quick, because I'm gonna go for a bit. Let's see here. Okay, let's see what books we have to read here. Beggar Prince. We have these 3 books. We've got Beggar Prince. God damn it. Of Cross Daggers. Alright, so we're going to read Beggar Prince first, then we're going to read Of Cross Daggers, and then we're going to read 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3. So, Beggar Prince. Before we start reading that, let me get some cheese. I'm hungry. I just got back from my new job and I'm exhausted, so I'm drinking some coffee. Alright, Beggar Prince. Beggar Prince. The story of Weedle and his gifts from the Daedric Lord Namira. We look down upon the beggars of the Empire. These lost souls are the poor and wretched of the land. Every city has its beggars. Most are so poor they have only the clothes on their backs. They eat the scraps the rest of us throw out. We toss them a coin so that we don't have to think too long about their plight. Imagine my surprise when I heard the tale of the Beggar Prince. I could not imagine what a prince of beggars would be. Here's the tale I heard. It takes place in the First Age, when gods walked like men and Daedra stalked the wilderness with impunity. It is a time before they were all confined to oblivion. There once was a man named Weedle, or perhaps it was a woman. The story goes to great lengths to avoid declaring Weedle's gender. Weedle was the 13th child of a king in Valenwood. As such, Weedle was in no position to take the throne or even inherit much property or wealth. Weedle had left the palace to find independent fortune and glory. After many days of endless forest roads and tiny villages, Weedle came upon 3 men surrounding a beggar. The beggar was swaddled in rags from head to toe. No portion of the vagabond's body was visible. The men were intent on slaying the beggar. With a cry of rage and indignation, Weedle charged the men with sword drawn. Being simple townsfolk, armed only with pitchforks and scythes, they immediately fled from the armoured figure with the shining sword. "Many thanks for saving me," wheezed the beggar, from beneath the heap of foul rags. Weedle could barely stand the stench. "What is your name, wretch?" Weedle asked. "I am Namira." Unlike the townsfolk, Weedle was well learned. That name meant nothing to them, but to Weedle it was an opportunity. "You are the Daedric Lord," Weedle exclaimed. "Why did you allow those men to harass you? You could have slain them all with a whisper." "I am pleased you recognize me," Namira rasped. "I am frequently reviled by townsfolk. It pleases me to be recognized for my attribute, if not for my name." Weedle knew that Namira was the Daedric Lord of all things gross and repulsive. Diseases such as leprosy and gangrene were her domain. Where others might have seen danger, Weedle saw opportunity. "Oh, great Namira, let me apprentice myself to you. I ask only that you grant me powers to make my fortune and forge a name for myself that will live through the ages. Nay, I make my way alone in the world. I have no need for an apprentice." Namira shambled off down the road. Weedle would not be put off. With a bound, Weedle was at Namira's heel, pressing the case for an apprenticeship. For 33 days and nights, Weedle kept up the debate. Namira said nothing, but Weedle's voice was ceaseless. Finally, on the 33rd day, Rita was too hoarse to talk. Namir looked back on the suddenly silent figure. Rita knelt in the mud at her feet, open hands raised in supplication. "It would seem you have completed your apprenticeship to me after all," Namir declared. "I shall grant your request." Rita was overjoyed. "I grant you the power of disease. You may choose to be afflicted with any disease you choose, changing them at will, so long as it has visible symptoms. However, you must always bear at least one. I grant you the power of pity. You may evoke pity in anyone that sees you. Finally, I'll grant you the power of disregard. You may cause others to disregard your presence." Rita was aghast. These were not boons from which a fortune could be made. They were curses, each awful in its own right, but together they were unthinkable. How am I to make my fortune and forge a name for myself with these terrible gifts? As you begged at my feet for 33 days and 33 nights, so shall you now beg for your fortune in the cities of men. Your name will become legendary among the beggars of Tamriel. The story of Weedle, the Prince of Beggars, shall be handed down throughout the generations. It was as Namir predicted. Weedle was an irresistible beggar. None could see the wretch without desperately wanting to toss a coin at the huddled form. However, Weedle was also discovered that the power of disregard gave great access to the secrets of the realms. People unknowingly said important things where Weedle could hear them. Weedle grew to know the comings and goings of every citizen in the city. To this day, it is said that if you really want to know something, go ask the beggars. They have eyes and ears throughout the cities. They know all the little secrets about the daily lives of its citizens. Damn. Of Crossed Daggers. I'll read this now. Of Crossed Daggers, The History of Riften, by Dwenan Window. Situated on the eastern banks of Lake Hornrich, the city of Riften serves as a reminder of a bygone era. The once proud streets and buildings have vanished and been replaced with a collection of wooden structures and rough stonework shrouded in a permanent fog-like mist. In order to understand how such a large city became nothing more than a glorified fortress, one need only look to the history books for answers. Riften was a major hub of activity for trade caravans and travellers to and from Morrowind. Fishing skiffs could be seen dotting the lake at all hours of the day, and the bustling city was alive with activity at night. The city guard was formidable and maintained a tight grasp on the populace, keeping them safe from harm. The marketplace in Riften was also quite a draw, containing numerous stands offering wares from across Tamriel. In the Fourth Era, 98, amidst the confusion of the Void Knights, Hosgun Crossed Daggers was installed as Jarl when the previous Jarl had been assassinated. Although many believe that Hosgun was responsible and cries of protest for the streets of Riften, the Jarl took the throne and immediately took action to protect his station. Using the city guard, he had the streets cleared of protesters and initiated a curfew. Any caught breaking the curfew was immediately jailed without process or executed if it was a repeat offence. For over 40 years, Hosgun ruled Riften with a black heart and an iron fist. He imposed ridiculous taxes upon his subjects and any merchants that wished to sell their wares within the city walls. Hosgun kept most of the coin for himself, using it to construct a massive wooden castle, with unnecessarily lavish quartering within. The castle took 7 years to build, and became a visual reminder of the people's oppression which earned it the nickname Hosgun's Folly. Towards the end of his reign, the streets of Riften became littered with refuse and its people plagued by disease and hunger. Then, in Fourth Era, year 129, the people had finally had enough. With their numbers, they were able to temporarily overwhelm the city guard long enough to set Hosgun's Folly on fire with the greedy Jarl still within. As the fighting commenced, the fire spread through the city unchecked. By the morning, the people had emerged victorious, but not without great cost. Most of the city was now in ruins and many had died. It took 5 years to rebuild Riften into the smaller city that it is today, and even though 50 years have passed since then, it still has yet to fully recover. Some believe it will never achieve the level of affluence it saw at the beginning of the Fourth Era. but there are few who still hold on to the hope that Riften can return from the ashes and become a centre of commerce once again. Damn. Alright, 3 more books and then we can continue. God, it's a lot. Let me take a swig of my coffee here. Biography of Berenzire, Volume 1. Biography of Berenzire, Volume 1, by Stern Gamboge, Imperial Scribe. Late in the Second Era, a girl child, Berenzire, was born to the rulers of the kingdom of Mournhold, in what is now the imperial province of Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elven child until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency, Tiber Septim I, the first Emperor of Tamriel, demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, the Dark Elves impudently refused until Tiber Septim's army was on the borders. An armistice was hastily signed by the now eager Dunmer, but not before there were several battles, one of which laid waste to Mournhold, now called Almalexia. Little Princess Berenzire and her nurse were found among the wreckage. The Imperial General Symmachus, himself a dark elf, suggested to Tiber Septim that the child might someday be valuable, and she was therefore placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial Army. Sven Adventson had been granted the title of Count upon his retirement. His fiefdom, Darkmoor, was a small town in central Skyrim. Count Sven and his wife reared the princess as their own daughter, seeing to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly, that the imperial virtues of obedience, discretion, loyalty, and piety were instilled in the child. In short, she was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl Berenzire grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was sweet-tempered, a joy to her adoptive parents and their 5 young sons, who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from young girls of her class only in that she had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household. Duties to wander there at times. Berenzire was happy and content until her 16th year, when a wicked orphan stable boy, whom she had befriended out of pity, told her he had overheard a conspiracy between her guardian, Count Sven, and a Redguard visitor, to sell her as a concubine in Rehad, as no Nord or Breton would marry her on account of her black skin, and no dark elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. "Whatever shall I do?" the poor girl said, weeping and trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that her friend the stable boy would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw, said that she must run away if she valued her virtue, but that he would come with her as her protector. Sorrowfully, Berenzire agreed to this plan, and that very night she disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get jobs as guards for a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was heading east by side roads in a mendacious attempt to elude the lawful tolls charged on the imperial highways. Thus the pair eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, where they ceased their travels for a time. They felt safe in Riften, close as it was to the Morrowind border, so that dark elves were enough of a common sight. So that's Volume 1. Here's part 2. Biography on Baron Zaya, Volume 2, by Stern Gamboge, Imperial Scribe. Take a swig. The first volume of this series told the story of Baron Zaya's origin heiress to the throne of Mournhold until her father rebelled against His Excellency Tiber Septim I and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Thanks largely to the benevolence of the Emperor, the child Baron Zaya was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by Count Sven of Darkmoor, a loyal Imperial trustee. She grew up into a beautiful and pious child, trustful of her guardian's care. This trust, however, was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Count Sven's estate, who with lies and fabrications tricked her into fleeing Darkmoor with him when she turned 16. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city near the Morrowind borders. The stable boy, Straw, was not altogether evil. He loved Baron Zaya in his own selfish fashion, and deception was the only way he could think of that would cement possession of her. She, of course, felt only friendship toward him, but he was hopeful that she would gradually change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down into a comfortable marriage, but at the time his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in with a bold, villainous Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house in the central part of the city. Theris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for any information they could gather there. Baron Zaya happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. She stole away from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between her loyalty to the Empire and her love for her friends. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. He was none other than General Symmachus, who had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance, and had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody, and informed her that, far from being sent away to be sold, she was to be reinstated as the Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the Septim family in the newly built Imperial city, where she would learn something of government and be presented at the Imperial court. At the Imperial city, Baron Zaya befriended the Emperor Tiber Septim during the middle years of his reign. Tiber's children, particularly his eldest son and heir, Pelagius, came to love her as his sister. The ballads of the day praised her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire Imperial city turned out to watch her farewell procession preliminary to a return to her native land. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready for a glorious destiny as sovereign of the Kingdom of Mournhold. Fuck yeah, dude. That's dope. Alright. Biography of Baron Zaya, Volume 3, by Stern Gamboge, Imperial Scribe. In the second volume of this series, it was told how Baron Zaya was kindly welcomed into the newly constructed Imperial city by the Emperor Tiber Septim and his family, who treated her like a long-lost daughter during her almost 1 year's stay. After several happy months there learning her duties as a vassal queen under the Empire, the Imperial General Symmachus escorted her to Mournhold, where she took up her duties as the queen of her people, under his wise guidance. Gradually, they came to love one another and were married and crowned in a splendid ceremony at which the Emperor himself officiated. After several hundred years of marriage, a son, Helseth, was born to the royal couple amid celebration and joyous prayer. Although it was not publicly known at the time, it was shortly before this blessed event that the Staff of Chaos had been stolen from its hiding place deep in the Mournhold mines by a clever, enigmatic bard known only as the Nightingale. 8 years after Helseth's birth, Baron Zaya bore a daughter, Morgia, named after Symmachus' mother, and the royal couple's joy seemed complete. Alas, shortly after that, relations with the Empire mysteriously deteriorated, leading to much civil unrest in Mournhold. After fruitless investigations and attempts at reconciliation, in despair, Baron Zaya took her young children and travelled to the Imperial city herself to seek the ear of then Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Symmachus remained in Mournhold to deal with the grumbling peasants and annoyed nobility, and do what he could to stave off an impending insurrection. During her audience with the Emperor, Berenzia, through her magical arts, came to realize to her horror and dismay that the so-called Emperor was an impostor, none other than the bard Nightingale who had stolen the Staff of Chaos. Exercising great self-control, she concealed this realization from him. That evening, news came that Symmachus had fallen in battle with the revolting peasants of Mournhold, and that the kingdom had been taken over by the rebels. Berenzia, at this point, did not know where to seek help or from whom. The gods, that fateful night, were evidently looking out for her, as if in redress of her loss. King Eadwire of High Rock, an old friend of Uriel Septim and Symmachus, came by on a social call. He comforted her, pledged his friendship, and, furthermore, confirmed his suspicions that the Emperor was indeed a fraud, and none other than Jaeger Tharn, the Imperial Battle Mage, and one of the Nightingale's many alter egos. Tharn had supposedly retired into seclusion from the public work and installed his assistant, Rhea Silmain, in his stead. The hapless assistant was later put to death under mysterious circumstances. Supposedly, a plot implicating her had been uncovered, and she had been summarily executed. However, her ghost had appeared to Eadwire in a dream and revealed to him that the true Emperor had been kidnapped by Tharn and imprisoned in an alternate dimension. Tharn had then used the Staff of Chaos to kill her, when she attempted to warn the Elder Council of this nefarious plot. Together, Eadwire and Berenzia plotted to gain the false Emperor's confidence. Meanwhile, another friend of Rhea's, known only as the Champion, who apparently possessed great, albeit then untapped, potential, was incarcerated at the Imperial dungeons. However, she had access to his dreams, and she told him to bide his time until she could devise a plan that would effect his escape. Then he could begin on his mission to unmask the impostor. Berenzia continued to charm, and eventually befriended the Ersatz Emperor. By contriving to read his secret diary, she learned that he had broken the Staff of Chaos into 8 pieces and hidden them in far-flung locations scattered across Tamriel. She managed to obtain a copy of the key to Rhea's friend's cell and bribed a guard to leave it there as if by accident. The Champion, whose name was unknown even to Berenzia and Eadwire, made his escape through a shift gate Rhea had opened in an obscure corner of the Imperial dungeons, using her already failing powers. The Champion was free at last, and almost immediately went to work. It took Berenzia several more months to learn the hiding places of all 8 staff pieces, through snatches of overheard conversation and rare glances at Tharn's diary. Once she had the vital information, however, which she communicated to Rhea forthwith, who in turn passed it on to the Champion, she and Eadwire lost no time. They fled to Wayrest, his ancestral kingdom in the province of High Rock, where they managed to fend off the sporadic efforts of Tharn's henchmen to haul them back to the Imperial city, or at the very least obtain revenge. Tharn, whatever else might be said of him, was no one's fool save, perhaps Berenzia's, and he concentrated most of his efforts toward tracking down and destroying the Champion. As all now know, the courageous, indefatigable, and forever nameless Champion was successful in reuniting the 8 sundered pieces of the Staff of Chaos. With it, he destroyed Tharn and rescued the true Emperor, Uriel Septim VII. Following what has come to be known as the Restoration, a grand state memorial service was held for Symmachus at the Imperial city, befitting the man who had served the Septim dynasty for so long and so well. Berenzia and good King Eadwire had come to care deeply for one another during their trials and adventures, and were married in the same year shortly after their flight from the Imperial city. Her 2 children from a previous marriage with Symmachus remained with her, and a regent was appointed to rule Mournhold in her absence. Up to the present time, Queen Berenzire has been in Wayrest with Prince Hoseth and Princess Morgia, She plans to return to Mordhoard after Eldwire's death. Since he was already elderly when they wed, she knows that that event, alas, could not be far off, as the elves reckon time. Until then, she serves in the government of the Kingdom of Wayrest with her husband, and seems glad and content with her finally quiet and happy, unremarkable life. Damn, that's some good stories. That was a good story. Taking the diamond, we read this already. Piece of the Empire, Volume 2. Oh, god damn it, more books. A lot more books. Fucking hell. So what do you got here? Spirit of Nern. Darkness. Piece of the Empire, Volume 3. We read that, I think. Green Cat, Book 3. Fourth Queen, Volume 3. The Real Berenzire, Volume 4. Oh my god. Alright. It's a lot of fucking books, bro. Let's go in, yeah, let's... My god, there's even more books. So many fucking books, holy shit. Why was this not here before? Okay, so we're gonna read some of this stuff here. Alright, so I had to reload the game. I took some of these books here. See which books do I have already. Biography and Berenzire, Volume 3. Okay, so I have that. Wait, I have that already. Going to account Book 3. I'm going to take this. Not going to read it though. Wolf Queen, Volume 3. I'll take that. Right. Real Berenzire, Volume 4. Let me see if I have these. Real Berenzire, Volume 2 I have. So I'm going to take this. Volume 4. Volume 3. Take that. Volume 2, I have that already. Volume 2, 3, 4. Right. Sorry, I'm really tired today. Alright, so I'm gonna read see what I want to read here. Okay, so we read let me see what I've read already. Life of Uriel, September the 7th. I think I read that already. Alright, so I'm going to read some of this stuff. We did Darkness already. Spirit of Nern, we're going to read that. We're going to read Spirit of Nern here. Spirit of Nern. Spirit of Nern. Lorcan is the spirit of Nern, the god of all mortals. This does not mean all mortals necessarily like him or even know him. Most elves hate him, thinking creation is that act which sundered them from the spirit realm. Most humans revere him or aspects of him as the herald of existence, the creation of the mortal plane, the mundus, Nern, is a source of mental anguish to all living things. All souls know deep down that they came originally from somewhere else, and that Nirn is a cruel and crucial step to what comes next. What is this next? Some wish to return to the original state, the spirit realm, and that Lorcan is the demon that hinders their way. To them, Nirn is a prison, an illusion to escape. Others think that Lorcan created the world as the testing ground for transcendence. To them, the spirit realm is already a prison, that true escape is now finally possible. That's dope. Let's see here. Okay, sorry. Just checking to make sure. Alright. Adrian Trader, we read that. Ingle in the Sea Ghost, we have not read that. We need to read The Hope of the Veteran, Ingle in the Sea Ghost, Thief of Virtue, and the Teller's Mistake here. The Hope of the Veteran. We'll do that. The Hope of the Veteran by Turiel Neareth. One of the few magical arts the Psychics of Artaeum have kept to themselves, away from the common spells and schools of the Mages Guild, is the gift of divination. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, omens and prophecies abound in Tamriel, some of substance, others of pure folly, and still others so ambiguous as to be unverifiable. There are still other prophecies kept secret. From the prophecies of Drogizad in Oswaya and the Nevarian in Morrowind to the Elder Scrolls themselves. The Nord nobility have a tradition of having omens bred for their children. In general, these readings are of the obscure variety. One of many acquaintances told me that her parents were told, for example, that their daughter would have her life rescued by a snake, and so gave her the name Serpentkin in a special ceremony. And this young lady, Aria Valcor Serpentkin, was indeed saved by a snake many years later, when an assassin creeping on her stepped on a Dan Swim's viper. Occasionally, omens seem to be almost purposefully misleading, as if Berethia had crafted them as traps. I recall one particularly. Many years ago, a male child was born into House Redoran. It was a very difficult birth, and the mother was delirious and near death by the time it was over. She chanted just as her son came into the world, and she passed from it. Fortune has smiled this day, not frowned. My child will be mighty in mind and in arm. He shall bring hope to House Redoran. Neither spell nor blade shall hurt the man, nor illness nor poison cause any harm. His blood shall never drop on the ground. The boy, named Anders, was indeed extraordinary. He never was ill and never suffered so much as a scratch all through his childhood. He was also quite intelligent and strong, which, combined with his invulnerability, caused many to call him, after his mother's omen, the Hope of the Redoran. Of course, anyone who is called the Hope of the Redoran will eventually develop some taint of impertinence, and it wasn't long before he had enemies. His worst enemy was his cousin Athen, who had been borne much abuse at the hands of Anders. Primarily among the grudges was that Athen had been sent to Rihad to complete his education at Anders' insistence. When Athen returned from Hammerfell, it was because of the death of his father, who had also been a councillor of the house. Athen was old enough to take his seat in the council, but Anders claimed the seat as well, saying that his cousin had been gone too long from Morrowind and didn't understand the politics as he did. The majority of the house agreed with Anders, wanting to see the Hope of Redoran rise quickly. Athen exercised his right to combat his cousin for the seat. No one thought he had any chance of winning, of course, but the battle was scheduled to commence the following morning. Anders was hoard and dined and drank with the councillors that night, confident that his place in the house was secured and the hope for a new dawn of House Redoran was rising. Athen retired to his castle with his friends, Anders' enemies, and his servants he had brought from Hammerfell. Arthur and his friends were discussing the duel mostly when one of his old teachers, a warrior called Shardy, came into the hall. She had grown quite proud of her student over the years in Hammerfell, proud enough to accompany him across the Empire to his family's lands, and wanted to know why they had so little confidence in his odds in the battle. They explained to her Anders' uncommon blessings and the nature of his mother's omen. If he can't be harmed by disease, poison, magicka, and his blood can never be spilled, what hope have I of ever besting him? Cried Athen. Have you remembered nothing I taught you? Replied Shardy. Is there no weapon you can think of that would slay without blood? Are swords and spears and arrows the only items in your arsenal? Athen quickly realized the weapon Shardy was speaking of, but it seemed absurd. Not only absurd, but pathetic and primitive. Probably fit. Still, it was only the hope he had. All that night, Shardy trained him in the art and techniques, showing him the various swings and stances that people had developed in Albion Gora, counterattacks, feints, and blocks imported from Yakuda. The classic 1 and 2-handed grips were the most ancient weapon in history. The cousins faced one another the next morning. Never have two combatants looked so unevenly matched. Anders' entrance brought a great cheer, for not only was he much beloved as the hope of the Redoran, but as his victory was a foregone conclusion, most wanted to be good standing with him. His shining mail and blade drew admiration and awe. By contrast, Arthur drew a gasp of surprise and only a smattering of polite applause. He appeared costumed and armed like a barbarian. As Shardy had suggested, Arthur allowed Anders to attack first. The hope of the Redoran was eager to finish the battle and take the power he deserved quickly. The blade pushed by Anders' mighty arm slashed across Athen's chest, but shallowly, and before it could be counterswung, Athen knocked it back with his own weapon. When Athen attacked and wounded Anders, the hope of the Redoran was so surprised by being hurt for the first time in his life, he dropped his sword. The less said about the end of the battle, the better. Suffice it to say that Athen, wielding a simple club, battered Anders to death without spilling a drop of blood. Athen took his father's seat as councillor, and it was then said that the hope in the omen referred to Athen, not Anders. After all, had Anders not tried to take the councillor's seat away from his cousin, Athen, being not very ambitious, might have never tried to get it. It can certainly be argued that way, I suppose. Damn, that's a good story. Ingo and the Sea Ghosts, we'll do that. Ingo and the Sea Ghosts. Massa and Secunda passed over Ysgramor's people as the fellowship landed in long boats upon the rocky shores of Sarek Head on their journey from Atmora to Merith. Boats littered the coast, but Ysgramor did not count his kin, Ingo's among them. Ysgramor commanded the Sea Ghost to surrender his kin, and a great gale darkened the sky. The seas thrashed and churned, and a wrathful storm appeared. Ysgramor took up the oars and rowed into the storm alone. Upon the sea, Ysgramor wrestled the Sea Ghost, and the storm carried him along the jagged coast. 2 fortnights passed without relief, until finally the storm broke. Come the next dawn, Ingo's log boat was found in the icy surf, but the vengeful Sea Ghost had already taken Ingo and his clansmen. In his terrible grief, Ysgramor slew a dozen beasts, and burned them in honour of his fallen kinsmen. A burial was dug in the Atmoran tradition, and Ingo was laid to rest with rites and honours among his clansmen far below the rocky face of Sarek Head, the first children of Sky to perish in Tamriel. Damn. Thief of Virtue. There's 2 books of that, apparently. Thief of Virtue. Let me tell the tale of the Thief of Virtue. In the land of Hammerfell, in the city of Such, there lived a baron who was quite wealthy. He was a noted collector of rare coins. The Baroness Veronique found the whole thing quite tedious. However, she did appreciate the lifestyle that the baron's wealth provided. Ravius Turnus was a noted thief. He claimed to be a master thief in the mythical guild of thieves. However, that was most likely just braggadocio. The only known thieves guild was wiped out over 450 years ago. Ravius decided that the Baron should show his wealth. Specifically, he should share it with Ravius. The wily thief crept into the Baron's castle one night, intending to do just that. The walls of the castle were noted for their height and unscalability. Ravius cleverly used an arrow of penetration to affix a rope to the top of the battlements. Once on the battlements, he had to evade the Baron's guards. By hiding in the shadows of the crenellations, he was able to work his way to the keep undetected. Entering the keep was child's play for a thief of this caliber. However, a cunning lock with no less than 13 pins protected the private quarters of the Baron. Ravius broke only 9 lockpicks to open it. Using only a fork, a bit of string, and a wineskin, he disabled the 7 traps guarding the Baron's coin collection. Truly, Ravius was a master among thieves. With the coins safely in his grasp, Ravius began to escape only to find the way blocked. The Baron had found the open door and was raising the guard to scour the castle. Ravius fled deep into the castle, one step ahead of the questioning guards. His only way out led through the boudoir of Baroness Veronique. He entered to find the lady preparing for bed. Now it should be said at this point that Ravius was noted for his handsome looks, while the Baroness was noted for her plainness. Both of these facts were immediately recognized by each of the pair. "Dost thou come to plunder my virtue?" asked the lady, all a tremble. "Nay, fair lady," Ravius said, thinking quickly. "Plunder be a harsh term to ply upon such a delicate flower as your virtue. I see thou hast made off with mine husband's precious coins." Ravius looked deeply into her eyes and saw the only path by which he could escape his night with his life. It would require double sacrifice. "Though these coins are of rarest value, I have now found treasure that is beyond all value," Ravius said smoothly. "Tell me, O beauteous one, why dost thy husband set 7 deadly traps around these tawdry coins, but only a simple lock upon the door of his virtuous wife?" "Ignis protects those things that are dearest to him," Veronique replied with ire. "I would give all the gold in my possession to spend but a moment basking in your radiance." With that, Ravius set down the coins he had worked so hard to steal. The Baroness swooned into his arms. When the captain of the guard asked to search her quarters, she hid Ravius most skillfully. She turned over the coins, claiming the thief dropped them when he fled out the window. With that sacrifice made, Ravius steeled himself for the second. He robbed the Lady Veronique of her virtue that night. He robbed her of it several times, lasting well into the wee hours of the morning. Exhausted, yet sated, he stole away in the pre-dawn hours. Fuck. That was interesting. The Talos Mistake. It's the last book we've got to read here. The Talos Mistake by Leonora Venatus, Imperial Liaison to the Admiri Dominion. As citizens of the Empire, all are of course familiar with the deeds of Emperor Tiber Septim, but it is the Emperor's ascent to godhood, as Talos, that is the subject of this work. Until Tiber Septim's death, there had been but 8 divines: Akatosh, Dibella, Arche, Zenithar, Stendar, Mera, Kinnereth, and Julianus. These gods were, and are, worshipped throughout the Empire. And while some may have different names in the varying provinces, for example, Akatosh is known as Orio to the Oldmer, and Arche is sometimes known as Arche, all are recognized and revered by all races in the cultures of Tamriel. But when Tiber Septim passed to Aetherius, there came to be a 9th divine, Talos, also called Ysmir, the Dragon of the North. The man who was so loved in life became worshipped in death. Indeed, it can be argued that Talos, the 9th divine, became even more important than the 8 that had preceded him, at least to humans, for he was a god who was once just a man, and through great deeds actually managed to ascend to godhood. And if one human could achieve such a feat, couldn't it be done again? Couldn't all humans aspire to achieve divinity? So we thought, we humans, and so we continued to worship Talos, and revere him as the ultimate hero god. But that was then. This is now. And now, we know the truth. We were wrong. As citizens of the Empire, we all experienced the horrors of the Great War. and it was not until the signing of the White Gold Concordat, that the treaty between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion, that we once again knew peace. One of the most important stipulations of that treaty, as every Imperial citizen is well aware, is that Talos can no longer be worshipped as a god. This edict shook the very foundations of the Empire. There were those who rebelled against the law, indeed, some still do. But the citizens of the Empire must know this. The Emperor did not agree to outlaw the worship of Talos because it was demanded by the Thalmor, the ruling body of the Aldmeri Dominion. The Emperor agreed to the outlaw the worship of Talos because it was the right thing to do. Today, the Emperor, and indeed the Empire itself, recognizes that allowing the worship of Talos was a mistake. For by doing so, by allowing the worship of Talos as the divine, the Empire actually did its people a great disservice, for this only succeeded in weakening the memory of the man Tiber Septim and his many extraordinary, though mortal deeds, and pushing people away from the 8 divines, the true gods, who do deserve our love and reverence. And so, the Empire admits it was wrong. The Talos mistake will not be repeated. May we find centuries of peace and prosperity with our new Thalmor friends, and continue to share a spirituality that binds together all the cultures and races of Tamriel. Damn, that's that went deep. Wardrobe, stone pot, unlock display case. That's some pretty cool shit in there. It's got some expensive stuff. It's got some daggers and stuff. See anything down here? No books or anything. Okay. Oh, I fell. We got the chest. Alright, it's got some books here. I have to check to see what we have here. Rayburn Zaya Volume 4. Do I have that? Yeah. Volume 3. Volume 5. Oh my god. Rayburn Zaya Volume 5. I'll take that. Adria and Daedra. You can go in the Sea Ghost. Talos Mistake. Thief of Virtue. Azure in the Box. I'm going to account Book 2, Book 4. I'm going to account Book 3, Book 2, take that, Book 4, take that. Short History Moment, Azure in the Box. We'll do A. First time we've all read that. Fall from Glory read that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. Okay. Let me just make sure we read some of this stuff. Oh, Lost Legends, Ruin Boy and Zaya Volume 4. And Zaya Volume 4. Alright, so let me check to see what I've read. Sorry about that. I learned something about this. I did a little more research, and the Azure in the Box is actually it's actually part of a series, and it's like really high up in the series, so I'm actually going to take this. Yeah, see part 11. Yeah, I'm going to take that book. Lost Legends, we'll read that last. Short History of Morrowind, we'll read this, then Abydo A, and then, yeah. Short History of Morrowind, let's read this. A Short History of Morrowind by Janet Site, I don't know. From the introduction. Led by the legendary prophet Velith, the ancestors of the Dunmer, exiles from Ultima cultures in present-day Somerset Isle, came to the region of Morrowind. In earliest times, the Dunmer were harassed or dominated by Nord Sea raiders, when the scattered Dunmer tribes consolidated into the predecessors of the modern Great House clans. They threw out the Nord oppressors and successfully resisted further incursions. The ancient ancestors' worship of the tribes was in time superseded by the monolithic tribunal temple theocracy, and the Dunmer grew into a great nation called Risdane. Risdane was the last of the provinces to submit to Starba Septim, like Blackmarsh. It was never successfully never successfully invaded, and was peacefully incorporated by treaty into the Empire as a province of Morrowind. Almost 4 centuries after the coming of the Imperial Legions, Morrowind is still occupied by Imperial Legions, with a figurehead Imperial King, although the Empire has preserved most functions of the traditional local government to the ruling councils of the 5 great houses. On Vardenfall District. In the Third Era, year 414, Vardenfell territory, previously a temple preserve under the Imperial protection, was reorganized as an Imperial provincial district. Vardenfell had been maintained as a preserve administrated by the temple since the Treaty of the Armistice, and except for a few great house settlements sanctioned by the temple, Vardenfell was previously uninhabited and undeveloped. But when the centuries-old temple ban on trade and settlement of Vardenfell was revoked by King of Morrowind, a flood of Imperial colonists and Great House Dunmer came to Vardenfell, expanding old settlements and building new ones. The new district was divided into Redoran, Hlalu, Telvanni, and Temple districts, each separately administered by local house councils or the temple priesthoods, and all under the advice and consent of Duke Dren and the district council on Ebonheart. Local law became a mixture of house law and imperial law in house districts, jointly enforced by house guards and legion guards, with temple law and imperial law enforced in the temple district by ordinators. The temple was still recognized as the majority religion, but worship of the 9 divines was protected by the legions and encouraged by imperial cult missions. The temple district included the city of Vivek, the fortress of Ghostgate, and all sacred and profane sites, including those blighted areas inside the Ghost Fence, and all unsettled and wilderness areas on Vardenfell. In practice, this district included all parts of Vardenfell not claimed for Redoran, Hlalu, or Telvanni districts. The temple stubbornly fought all development in the district, and were largely successful. House Hlalu, in combination with imperial colonists, embarked on a vigorous campaign of settlement and development. In the decades after reorganization, Balmora and Ascadian Isles regions have grown steadily. Caldera and Pelagiad are completely new settlements, and all legion forts were expanded to accommodate larger garrisons. House Telvanni, normally conservative and isolationist, has been surprisingly aggressive in expanding beyond their traditional tower villages. Disregarding the protests of the other houses, the temple, the duke, and the district council, Telvanni pioneers have been encroaching on the wildlands reserved to the temple. The Telvanni council officially disavows responsibility for these rogue Telvanni settlements, but it is an open secret that they are encouraged and supported by ambitious Telvanni mage lords. Under pressure from the temple, conservative House Redoran has steadfastly resisted expansion in their district. As a result, House Redoran and the temple are in danger of being politically and economically marginalized by the more aggressive and expansionist Hlalu and Telvanni interests. The Imperial administration faces many challenges in the Vardenfell district, but the most serious are the Great House rivalries, animosity from the Ashlander nomads, internal conflicts within the temple itself, and the Red Mountain Blight. Struggles between the Great House, Temple, and Imperial interests to control Vardenfell's resources could at any time erupt into full-scale war. Ashlanders raid settlements, plunder caravans, and kill foreigners on their wildlands. The temple has unsuccessfully attempted to silence criticism and calls for reform within its ranks. But most serious are the plagues and disease hosts produced by blight storms sweeping out from Red Mountain. Vardenfell and all Morrowind have long been menaced by the legendary evils of Daggoth-Ur and his arch-vampire kin dwelling beneath the Red Mountain. For centuries the temple has contained this threat within the Ghost Fence, but recently the temple's resources and will have faltered, and the threat from Red Mountain has grown in scale and intensity. If the Ghost Fence should fail, and hosts of blighted monsters were to spill out across Vardenfell's towns and villages, the Empire might have no choice but to evacuate Vardenfell district and abandon it to disease and corruption. Damn. The Abadal A, or the Abadallah, probably is what it is. We're going to read that. That's what we're going to do. Oh. Sorry. Abadallah. Let me give me one moment. The Abadallah. The Abadallah. Editor's note. The Abadallah is traditionally believed to be the memoirs of Moihas, the consort to Alessia the Slave Queen. While this cannot be historically verified, the Abadallah is certainly among the oldest written accounts to come down to us from the early First Era. Pellinur's death. And in the blood-flawed throne room of white gold, the severed head of Pellinur spoke to the winged bull, Moihas, demigod lover of Alesh, saying, "Our enemies have undone me, and spread my body into hiding. In mockery of divine purpose, the Aliads cut me into 8s, for they are obsessed with this number." And Moihas, confused, snorted through his ring, saying, "Your crusades went beyond her counsel, White Strake. But I am a bull, and therefore reckless in my wit. I think I would go and gore our prisoners if you had left any alive. You are blood-made glorious, uncle, and will come again, as fox animal or light. Sirud is still ours." The Pellinur spoke again for the last time. "Beware, Moihas, beware. With the foresight of death, I know now that my foe yet lives. Bitter knowledge to take to my grave. Better I had died, believing myself the victor. Although cast beyond the doors of night, he will return. Be vigilant. I can no longer shield the host of men from Umuru's retribution." Alessia's youth during the slave years. Perif's original tribe is unknown, but she grew up in Sard, and on Sardavar where the Aliads herded in men from across all the Nibin. Korthri, Need, Algema, men of Kreeth, though these were later known to be imported from the north. Keptu, men of G, who were eventually destroyed when the Flower King Nilichi made great sacrifice to an insect god named Lost. Olharid, men of Ket, others, but this was Sirud, the heart of the Imperatum Saliachi, where men knew no freedom, even to keep family, or a choice of name except in secret, and so to the alien masters all of these designations were irrelevant. Men were given over to the lifting of stones, and the draining of the fields, and the upkeep of the temple and road, or to become art torturers for strange pleasures, as in the wailing wheels of Vindasil and the gut gardens of Circen, and flesh sculpture, which was everywhere among the slaves of the Aliads in those days, or, worse, the realms of the Fire King Hadul, where the begetting of drugs drawn from the admixture of daedrons into living hosts let one inhale new visions of torment, and children were set aflame for nighttime tiger sport. Moihas explains Alessia's names. Then Moihas said to them, "In your tales, you have many names for her. Alesh, given turn, or, that when translated sounds like a redundancy, the High, from which come the more familiar corruptions: Alashut, Esha, Alessia. You knew her as Paravant, given to her when crowned, first of its kind, by which the gods meant a mortal worthy of the majesty that is killing, questing, healing, which is also Paravel, Perish, Perithu, Perith, and, in my case, for it is what I called her when we were lovers, Peravania. Though she is gone to me, she remains bathed in stars, First Empress, Lady of Heaven, Queen Ut Sibud, and they consider themselves full answered and departed. That was so fucking confusing. Okay. Alright, so we'll do this first. Dreamer Inquiries Volume 1. Dreamer Inquiries Volume 1. Their Architecture and Civilization by Theory Gilleen, Scholar. Oh god, I don't know what that says, but whatever. It's pretty dope though. It has been my life's work to investigate the Dreamer, their dubious history and mysterious banishment. My goal with this text is to share my findings and conclusions based on 80 years spent studying their unique architectural remains. The migration of the deep elves from their ancestor Dwemerith, now Morrowind, is a generally accepted fact. Recorded history supports this, specifically mentioning the Rorkin clan's refusal to join King Dumak in the forming of the First Council, and the subsequent exodus to Hammerfell. The architectural premise is also sound, as the building habits of the dwarves adapted and changed, albeit slowly and in subtle ways, over time and land. I propose that some of these differences are stylistic as well as practical. Traditional viewpoints suggest that the Vardenfell Dreamer were the most prolific of their kind. Based on my excavations throughout Skyrim, Morrowind, and High Rock, I am not sure that this is the case. While Vardenfell is almost cluttered with dwarven ruins poking through the surface of the landscape, the construction of those ruins is fundamentally different from the majority of what I've observed elsewhere. Further, as we delve into Vardenfell ruins, we notice that their internal structure is quite different. While major civic and operational chambers are found near the surface in a Vardenfell ruin, that is not typically the case on the mainland. Minor passageways and storehouse rooms are near the surface, but more important locations don't occur till we explore much deeper. Because such major locations are well hidden in Dreamer ruins outside of Morrowind, many scholars believe they were in fact not present in ruins outside that province. This premature conclusion led to some to believe that such sites to be mere outposts. My research has shown this is not to be the case. There are a few theories that may explain this difference. Perhaps clan architects simply had their own styles and preferences when it came to civic planning. This seems only somewhat likely, as dwarven techniques were based on empirical study. There was likely little room for creative interpretation when it came to building technique. Geological makeup of the terrain almost certainly played a role, especially in a region like northern Skyrim where the ground near the surface is very rocky and often frozen, versus the volcanic substratum common in Vardenfell with the ubiquitous aquifers found in Hammerfell. It's possible that dwarven architects in the north were not even able to excavate larger structures until reaching more pliable stratum. This scholar would like to suggest, however, that many structures west of Morrowind were built after the First Era, year 420. When the clan Rorkin left Vardenfell, it seems evident that several clans broke off to create their own settlements, and chose to live in greater isolation than their eastern brethren. This theory is particularly fascinating, because it leads me to believe that dwarven architects may have developed even more elaborate methods of hiding their strongholds over time. This opens the distinct possibility that undisturbed dwarven archaeological sites exist throughout Tamriel, even in southern areas like Cyrodiil or Blackmarsh, where dwarves are not believed to have ever had a significant presence. Though we ought not to get carried away on the flights of fancy, one can extrapolate this logic to suggest that some dwarven clans were living among us for much longer than previously believed, perhaps well beyond the disappearance during the War of the Red Mountain in First Era, year 700. Damn. That's pretty dope. Alright, let me get some coffee real quick before I read book 2. Oh, sorry. Okay, so book 2, Dreamer Inquiries, volume 2. Dreamer Inquiries, volume 2, The Architecture and Civilization, by Theory Gilleen, scholar. Take a swig of coffee. Oh, that's good. The limited written record supports the perception of the Deep Elves as culturally revering the pursuits of logic and science. This stands in stark contrast to the belief system of most other mere cultures. When we imagine a society structured around such central ideology, it seems reasonable that prolific scholars, especially in fields such as mathematics, metallurgy, or architecture, should be elevated to social status, like that of the clergy in its more mystically inclined culture. The idea is supported by a fragment of Dreamer's text recovered from a colony in Skyrim, Urkenthand, God, which I believe to be associated with the clan Rorken. The original Dremeris and my translation follow. Alright, so that's the text there. Okay, so the translation is, to raise granted cousin Kuelek of privilege with duties for family home building Huagan Kotora, tradition to father Mundus Shaper. Whatever the fuck that means, okay. Some scholars interpret this as evidence of Dwemer worship of Mundus, but I do not agree. My translation of this passage suggests that a respected Dwemer by the name of Kuelek was promoted to a civic position, probably tonal architect. The latter half of the fragment suggests that Kuelek's position requires him to build in a specific style. The term Huagan Kotora has thus far eluded me, but I believe it may be the name of such a style. It is possible that there were several styles, differing in their construction principles and typical structures. One earmark of what I believe was the prevalent Dreamer style among northern clans was a feature I called the deep venue. Deep venues are often characterized as being made up of one or more expansive natural caverns in which several other structures will occur. Structures within the venue may be carved from the stone itself or freely erected upon the cavern floor. The largest and most impressive venues, such as that found in Bethardams, may even feature roads wide enough for 10 large men to walk shoulder meets shoulder along it. Arcanex are typically smaller structures. Very few have been properly studied before disruption by grave robbers or greedy adventurers, but those few undisturbed sites have contained a surprising collection of magical objects such as soul gems, alchemical concoctions, and magical texts. Some scholars take these as evidence that the Dwemer did, in fact, dabble in the magical arts. Based on what we know of their culture, as well as the fact most Arcanex are minor structures compared to the common fixtures, I would suggest that these were centres of study and nothing more. Perhaps the dwarves established these halls as a means to study men and Mer, who surely seemed as alien to them as the Dreamers seem to us today. Great animalculatories, whatever the fuck that means, can be found in many dwarven strongholds. These were the factories where the centurions and various other constructs were built. I have hoped to study these chambers for clues as to the means by which those mysterious automata are given life. But the same guardians make these especially difficult and dangerous areas to explore. Dreamer Inquiries, Volume 3. Alright, last book in this. Dreamer Inquiries, Volume 3, The Architecture and Civilization, by Theory Gilleen, scholar. My studies, and this text, have focused heavily on the fact that Dreamer archaeological sites west of Vardafar seem to be built at a much greater depth than their counterparts near the Red Mountain. I believe there was a specific threshold to which dwarven excavators would dig before the construction of vital structures would begin. I referred to this threshold as geocline, but I have found that to often be redundant with the deep venue of a colony. Still, there is some variation in the actual depth of a deep venue, whereas the geocline is always a marker where I reason the city proper begins. Tunnels and chambers at more shallow depths, while often ground in the architectural style, appear to have served little in the way of critical civic purpose. Surplus stores of food, warehouse chambers that may have been used in trading with nearby surface settlements, or barracks for topside patrols are common above the geocline. These tunnels, I have observed, can meander in a seemingly more random pattern than those planned structures beneath. I hypothesize that this may be due to the unpredictable nature of any excavation, even to a race as clever as the Dreamer. Surely unexpected deposits of stone, or geological events could make the effort difficult, and I think that these haphazard tunnels are often the result of the search for suitable substratum to build within. I have found in a small number of ruins reference to a geological anomaly, or place, known as whatever that says. This is intriguing, because the term not only appears to in a few tablet fragments, but very specifically in ornate metal frames in the deepest reaches of the strongholds, Ulftand, Erkintand, and Mzinchaleft of Skyrim. I've yet to decipher the meaning of these elaborate carvings, but consider it highly strange that they occur in the deepest part of each of these ruins. Risen by order cousin of privilege Kuelek of Szczelin, privilege duties. Clan home building Huagin Kotora, tradition to held world shaper. The most reasonable translation of that I have managed to decipher is Blackest Kingdom's reaches, but I cannot imagine what that means. I suspect there may be some pattern I am failing to notice. This creeping doubt has haunted my career in recent years, and I have begun to doubt if I will unravel some grand secret of the dwarves in my lifetime, though it lies just under my nose, or indeed under my feet. Damn. Rising Threat Volume 1. Alright, Rising Threat Volume 1. Rising Threat Volume 1 by Lethinu of Sunhold. The following is the account of Lethinu of Sunhold, an Ultima refugee from Somerset Isle who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Lethinu, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset. Rather, he fled the darkening shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. Lethinu had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Aldmeri Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Lethinu's claims. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. I was barely more than a child when the great anguish fell upon us. The very air was torn asunder, leaving gaping, infected wounds that spewed daedra from the bowels of oblivion. Many flocked to the shores, seeking escape from Dagon's murderous host, but the seas betrayed our people, raising up to smash our ships and our ports, leaving us to fates so vile and wicked that death would seem a mercy. The Crystal Tower stood as our last bastion of hope, in both the literal and figurative sense. Refugees filled the Crystal Tower until it could hold no more. I could taste the fear hanging in the air, feel the pour of despair suffocating us. We could see the daedra moving through the trees in the distance, but they did not come. Days passed, and still the daedra would not approach within arrow shot of the battlements. Hope began to grow. They fear us, some would say. Even a daedra knows not to trifle with the wisdom and magics of the crystal-like lore. It was as if the foul denizens of oblivion had been waiting for this very spirit to stoke their hearts before they acted. As we slept, innumerable legions of daedra amassed around us, and they were not alone. Hundreds of Ultima prisoners were gathered with them. As the dawn broke, we were awoken by their screams as the daedra began to flail them and flay them. We watched in abject horror as our kinfolk were defiled completely, carved up and eaten alive, impaled on the depraved war machines, and worried apart as meals for the profane beasts. Shit. This bloodletting was a prelude to whet their appetites. Once the Daedra finished with our kinfolk, they turned their eyes to the Crystal Tower. Our great and noble bastion proved as much of an impediment as a mighty oak to a landslide, standing tall for but a few moments, appearing almost able to ride the tide of destruction around it, but ultimately being swept away. Our exalted wizards decimated the fiends, roasting them by the dozens. Archers were finding the narrowest of chinks in their Daedric armor at over 100 paces, felling the captains and commanders. The might and skillfulness of our heroic defenders was astonishing to behold, but it was not enough. The Daedra clambered over the corpses of their cohort. They marched headlong into death and destruction that would make the mightiest armies in all of Tamriel quake with fear. When they breached the walls, I fled along with the other cowards. I take no pride in that act. It has haunted my existence ever since, and I burn with shame to admit it, but it is truth. We fled in mindless panic, abandoning those stalwart Ultima who held the line against the onslaught, to preserve and defend our illustrious Crystal Tower. We raced through cleverly concealed passageways and emerged well away from the chaos that had descended upon the tower. That is when it happened. It started like a gust, rustling through the leaves of a dense forest, but the sound did not taper off. It rose into a roar as the very ground on which I stood began to shudder. I turned to look, and the world held its breath. I stood transfixed as the heart of my homeland was torn as if from my own breast. The unthinkable, the incomprehensible, the tower of crystal-like law cast to the ground, with all the dignity of a beggar meeting an ironclad fist. In eternity I watched, trying to reconcile what I knew with what I saw. Sobs racked my chest, and weeping filled the air around me as the spell loosened its hold, and I realized where I was. There were scores of other refugees mesmerized by the horror that had likewise ensorcelled me. Go, I croaked out as the heart of my land, shattered. No one moved, not even me. I mustered what I could, and bellowed all the fear and hatred and agony at what had just happened, turning the word into a mindless shriek. Go! I ran then, feeling more than seeing that the others had followed. Holy fucking shit. That's, that was, fucked. Rising Threat, Volume 2. Rising Threat, Volume 2, by Lethino of Sunhold. The following is the account of Lethino of Sunhold, an Ultima refugee from Somerset Isle who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Lethino, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset, rather he fled the darkening shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. Lethino had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement bordered on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Unmarried Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Lethino's claims. Praxis erratuum, Imperial Historian. What happened after the Tower of the Crystal Lake Law fell was a daze. It was as if my mind simply stopped. Instinct took over, as my every thought sank into a black abyss of despair. Time lost all meaning, and to this day I know not how long I was in this state. Eventually a conscious thought managed to break my fugue. The Daedric horde had vanished. Gone as suddenly as they had come. Before my numbed mind could comprehend the tumult that consumed my beloved Somerset Isle, before I could formulate the question, how, they were there, dripping honeyed poison in our ears, the Thalmor. They were the ones that saved us, they claimed, working deep in subtle magics. It was their efforts, their sacrifices that delivered the Ultima from extinction. Oh, what fools we were. We wanted so desperately someone to thank for ending our tribulations. We lavished it upon the first to step up and claim the glory. With that simple act of gratitude, we allowed the vile rot to seep into our homeland, to putrefy our once noble and distinguished civilization. It was months before I began to suspect the error we had made. Small twinges of unease would vex me, but each one alone was easy enough to disregard and push aside. The exile of the great seer mage Rinandor, the Bold, was the final doubt that I could not ignore. You see, Rinandor was one of the very few who survived the collapse of the Crystal Tower. I saw some of his bravery and heroics with my own eyes. It was his leadership and sorcery that made the Daedra pay such a high price for the destruction of the Crystal Tower. The Thalmor besmirched his name when he had the audacity to publicly doubt and question their role in ending the Oblivion Crisis on Somerset Isle. Winandor made the mistake of ignoring the consensus gentium, trusting instead to logic and facts. The shrewdness of the Thalmor, however, was not such to allow something as trivial as the truth stand in their way. As soon as they shifted the collective opinion ever so slightly against Winandor, they had him sequestered and intensified their efforts to tarnish his reputation. Unable to mount any sort of defense to the Thalmor's attacks, Winandor was quickly denounced and exiled. Fuck. Rising Threat, Volume 3. Rising Threat, Volume 3, by Lethino of Sunhold. The following is an account of Lethino of Sunhold, an Altmer refugee from the Somerset Isle who came to Syria during the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Lethino, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset, rather he fled the darkening shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. Lethino had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Aldmeri Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Lethino's claims. Praxis erratuum. Imperial Historian. I read that quickly because we read it already. Ever so cautiously, I formed a cabal made of others who distrusted the motives and methods of Thalmor. Over several months, I liquidated my ancestral holdings and took whatever inheritance I could without raising any suspicions. I would follow after Renandor and help him restore his reputation and status. We would then return to best the Thalmor at their own game and win back the moors and moors of the Ultima. The rest of my cabal would stay on Somerset Isle and win the trust of the Thalmor on whatever level best suited each of them, sending clandestine missives to me when possible. After weeks of painstaking investigations and exorbitant bribes, I was able to learn that Renandor was placed on a ship to Anvil. I booked my own passage to Anvil. My search almost ended there, for Renandor had never arrived in Anvil Harbour. My instinct that Renandor met a duplicitous end was confirmed when I sought out several of the deckhands who were reported to be aboard this Renandor's vessel. All died under mysterious and violent circumstances. The first of many attempts on my life occurred soon after. Needless to say, I survived, but my grand plan to stymie the Thalmor fell apart without an esteemed leader to rally behind. I went into hiding, waiting anxiously for word of the Thalmor's activities back on Somerset Isle. Over the following years, I tried to bend the ear of the Empire through various avenues and warn them of the Thalmor's doings. The Empire, however, was having enough troubles dealing with the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis within its own borders without seeking trouble in faraway Somerset. With the assassination of Emperor Uyo Septim VII and his heirs, and the self-sacrifice of Martin Septim, the true saviour of Somerset Isle and the rest of Tamriel, the Empire's leadership was left defunct. High Chancellor Okato convened the full Elder Council in an unsuccessful bid to select a new emperor. Without an emperor, the Empire beyond the reach of Cyrodiil began to splinter. Okato reluctantly agreed to become the potentate under the terms of the Elder Council Charter until imperial rule could be re-established. But a reluctant leader is rarely a strong leader. Potentate Okato made admirable efforts to rein in the bedlam that threatened to rip the Empire apart, and was even making headway when Red Mountain erupted and destroyed much of Vardenfell, likely from Thalmor tampering, but I have yet to find proof of their misdeeds in this. What was left of Morrowind was thrown into absolute chaos. The effects of the eruption were felt even in Black Marsh, destroying roads and cutting off the Imperial garrisons there. None were prepared for what happened next. Alright, last one, guys. And then after that we have Lost Legends. A Rising Threat, Volume 4, by Letheno of Sunhold. The following is an account of Letheno of Sunhold, an Ottoman refugee from Somerset, Iowa, who came to Cyrodiil in the early years of the Fourth Era. According to Letheno, he did not flee the aftermath of the Oblivion Crisis in Somerset. Rather, he fled the darkening shadow of the Thalmor upon my beloved homeland. Letheno had a very intense presence, to put it politely, and some of his accusations of Thalmor involvement border on madness. This may be why his fervent warnings and outspoken criticisms of the Thalmor and the Aldmeri Dominion went unheeded, but history has at least partially vindicated Letheno's claims. Praxis Erratuum, Imperial Historian. While Morrowind and the Imperial forces in Black Marsh were still reeling from the consecutive catastrophes of the Oblivion Crisis and the destruction of Vardenfell, the Thalmor incited the Argonians to mount a massive uprising. Black Marsh and southern Morrowind were completely lost to the Argonians, but luckily the Thalmor too lost what influence they had over the Reptilians. All the while, the Thalmor consolidated their hold over my beloved homeland. It took almost a decade before my own machinations put me into contact with Akato. He seemed more interested than most in what I had to say about the Thalmor, maybe because he himself was an Altmer and recognized the threat they represented. It wasn't long before the Thalmor had Okato assassinated. Potentate Okato's murder began the Stormcrown Interregnum. The Elder Council fractured, leading into years of ruthless infighting, plots and backstabbing. Many tried to claim the Ruby Throne. Most were pretenders to the crown. A few had legitimate claims. Others were still little more than brutal dullards who thought more strength of arms was all the entitlement they needed. Violent, unnatural storms lashed the Imperial city several times during this anarchy, always with the eye of the storm looking directly down upon the White Gold Tower, as if this was the judgment of the Nine Divines. With the Empire submerged in this mayhem, the Thalmor were quick to act. They overthrew the rightful kings and queens of the Altmer. I remember the revulsion and horror that took hold when the word reached me that this dementia had gripped my homeland. Once so proud and majestic, many of our great race actually embraced this insanity. Then the first of many pogroms descended on Somerset Isle. They slaughtered any who were not of the blood of the Aldmer. A fine excuse to purge the dissidents as well. The Thalmor have never been ones to waste such an opportunity. After 7 long, bloody years, the Stormcrown Interregnum was ended when a Colovian warlord by the name of Titus Mead seized the crown. Whether he had rightful claim or not is moot. Without Titus Mead, there would not be an empire today. He proved a shrewd and capable leader, such as Skyrim endorsed him as an emperor. With the empire stabilizing under the auspicious efforts Emperor Titus made, I resumed my efforts to warn them of the Thalmor threat. Again, the Thalmor remained a step ahead. Before my efforts could come to fruition, the Thalmor struck. Another coup, this time in Valenwood. The Empire was not prepared for the Thalmor's subterfuge and stratagem. There are those who claim the combined Altmer and Bosmer forces greatly outmatch the Empire, but this is a farce. This short-soured campaign was won by the Thalmor even before first blood was drawn. They waited and watched the enemy. They chose where and when they would attack. The Thalmor were able to bring the full fury of their small contingent of Altmer and Bosmer to any of the several Imperial strongholds. Contrary to the posturing of the Empire's generals, the Thalmor did not command greater numbers. They had better spies and greater mobility and knew how best to use them. This is the menace that the Thalmor represent. They are cruel and merciless, but they are no fools. They are devious and subtle, and so very patient. In one fell stroke, the Thalmor took a strategic foothold on the mainland of Tamriel and prevented any significant attempt the Empire could have made to invade Somerset Isle and depose the tyranny of the Thalmor. At the same time, they took a better vantage to continue to watch the Empire and wait. In doing so, they also revived the Aldmeri Dominion with their alliance to the Bosmer of Valenwood. Over the decades, the Thalmor have grown quiet, but this is not the end. It has only just begun. They merely consolidate their power and tighten their grip on the hearts and minds of the Altmer. The Empire may wish to forget the wounds its pride has suffered at the hands of the Thalmor, but they are still out there, plotting, watching, waiting. While the Empire is content to secure inconsequential corners of its vast holdings, the threat of the Thalmor continues to rise. Not since Potentate Okato has anyone in the Empire listened to me. I beseech any and all citizens of this renowned empire to heed my words. The Thalmor must be stopped before it is too late. Soon after Litheno of Sunhold commissioned to have these volumes printed and distributed far and wide in the empire with his own coin, he himself met a violent end. In light of the events that followed his death, we must consider that he may very well have been murdered by Thalmor assassins. Praxis Erituum, Imperial Historian. Holy shit. That was rough. Okay, so let's do Lost Legends, and this is it. Take a swig of my drink. Lost Legends. Lost Legends of Skyrim by Tulskar, the Elder Archivist of Winterhold. The history of Skyrim is vast, predating even the most ancient records of man and Myr. Much has been lost, fallen into the ravages of war or turning of the ages. But nothing is ever truly forgotten. When no records exist, legends and folk tales offer us a key to the past, a way to piece together truths half remembered in the minds of men. For generations, the people of Morthor have told whispered tales of the Pale Lady, a ghostly woman who wanders the northern marshes, forever seeking her lost daughter. Some say she steals children who wander astray, others that her sobbing wail strikes dead all those who bear it. But behind these tales may lie a kernel of truth, for ancient records speak of Omrio, a mysterious figure Usgrimor's heirs battled for decades, and finally sealed away. Reachmen tell the story of Faulen Red Eagle, an ancient king who rallied his people and drove back the armies of Cyrodiil with a flaming sword. Though accounts vary, they too seem to be based on an underlying truth. The Imperial Chronicles of Empress Hestra mention a rebel leader of that era who was eventually cornered and slain in battle, at the cost of a full legion of men. But some tales prove far harder to analyse. Among scholars, perhaps the best known is the forbidden legend of the Archmage Galdur. In the dawning days of the First Era, the story goes, there lived a powerful wizard by the name of Galdur. Wise and just, he was well known in the courts of King Harold and the Jarls of Skyrim, and his aid and counsel were sought by man and Myr alike. And then he was murdered. Some say one of his sons killed him, others that King Harold, jealous of his power, gave the order. But Galdur's 3 sons fled into the night, pursued by a company of Harold's best warriors and the Lord Gyrmund, the king's personal battle mage. A great chase ensued, from the wilds of the Reach to the glacial north. One brother is said to have perished in the ruins of Folgenther, at the foot of Solitude. The others were run to the ground, as soon thereafter, and once it was done, King Harold ordered every record of their murders destroyed, and Galdur's name and deeds were struck from the rolls of history. Even today, few sources remain, and no bard would tell the tale. But perhaps the truth yet remains in some ancient ruin waiting to be unearthed, for nothing is ever truly forgotten. Damn. Oh, what the fuck? Map updated for... Oh shit, what the hell? Investigate the Galdur legend. It's a quest, what the hell? Forbidden legend. We're not gonna do this, because it's a side quest. It's a side... I think it's... Yeah, it's a side quest. Oh shit, we got a quest from a book! What the hell? That's awesome. Forbidden legend. We will read this, but we're not gonna do it, because it's a side quest. Long ago, the Archmage Galdur was murdered, and his 3 sons were hunted down by King Howard's personal battle mage. The entire incident was covered up, their names struck from every record, but the legend survived. Perhaps someone still knows the truth of this ancient tale. That's awesome. Alright, read all those books. That was a pain in the ass, but we did it. Alright, let me do a save here. So where I saved before, I'm gonna save here. Just, you know, so I have a save. I'm gonna go upstairs. God damn it, there's more books. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 4. Okay. Wolf Queen. Oh, what the? Black Arrow, Volume 1. Wolf Queen, Volume 3. Oh, God. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 4. Let me, I'm definitely going to read that, because it's the last bit of the Empire. Wolf Queen, Volume 3. Let's see here. Volume 3, we already have that. Go Volume 1. Except to Volume 4. Let me make a note of that. Alright, we're going to do the Brief History of the Empire, Volume 4 here. It's the final one in the series. Brief History of the Empire, Part 4. By Stronach Cathoy III, Imperial Historian. The first book of this series described, in brief, the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, beginning with Tiber I. The second volume described the War of the Red Diamond and the 6 emperors who followed. The third volume described the troubles of the next 3 emperors, the frustrated Uriel IV, the ineffectual Severus II, and the heroic Uriel V. On Uriel V's death, across the sea in distant hostile Akavir, Uriel VI was but 5 years old. In fact, Uriel VI was born only shortly before his father left for Akavir. Uriel V's only other progeny, by a morganatic alliance, were the twins of Morihatha and Eloisa, who had been born a month after Uriel V left. Uriel VI was crowned in the 290th year of the Third Era. The imperial consort, Thonica, as the boy's mother, was given a restricted regency until Uriel VI reached his majority. The Elder Council retained the real power, as they had ever since the days of Kataraya I. The council so enjoyed its unlimited and unrestricted freedom to promulgate laws and generate profits, that Uriel VI was not given full license to rule until year 307, when he was already 22 years old. He had been slowly assuming positions of responsibility for years, but both the council and his mother, who enjoyed even her limited regency, were loath to hand over the reins. By the time he came to the throne, the mechanisms of government gave him little power except for that of the imperial veto. This power, however, he regularly and vigorously exercised. By year 313, Uriel VI could boast with conviction that he truly did rule Tamriel. He utilized defunct spy networks and guard units to bully and coerce the difficult members of the Elder Council. His half-sister Morihatha was not surprisingly his staunchest ally, especially after her marriage to Baron Ulfi Gerson of Winterhold, brought her considerable wealth and influence. As the sage Ugarij said, Uriel V conquered Esroniet, but Uriel VI conquered the Elder Council. When Uriel VI fell off a horse and could not be resuscitated by the finest imperial healers, his beloved sister Morihatha took up the imperial tiara. At 25 years of age, she had been described by admittedly self-serving diplomats as the most beautiful creature in all of Tamriel. She was certainly well learned, vivacious, athletic, and a well-practiced politician. She brought the Archmagister of Skyrim to the Imperial City and created the second Imperial Battle Age since the days of Tiber Septim. Morihatha finished the job her brother had begun, and made the Imperial Province a true government under the Empress, and later the Emperor. Outside the Imperial Province, however, the Empire had been slowly disintegrating. Open revolutions and civil wars had raged unchallenged since the days of her grandfather Severus II. Carefully coordinating her counterattacks, Morihatha slowly claimed back her rebellious vassals, always avoiding overextending herself. Though Morihatha's military campaigns were remarkably successful, her deliberate pace often frustrated the council. One councilman, an Argonian who took the Korrovian name of Thoricles Romus, furious at her refusal to send troops to his troubled Black Marsh, is commonly believed to have hired the assassins who claimed her life in the Third Era, year 339. Romus was summarily tried and executed, though he protested his innocence to the last. Morihatha had no surviving children, and Eloisa had died of a fever 4 years before. Eloisa's 25-year-old son, Pelagius, was thus crowned Pelagius IV. Pelagius IV continued Zant's work, slowly bringing back under his wing the radical and refractory kingdoms, duchies, and baronies of the empire. He exercised Morihatha's poise and circumspect pace in his endeavours, but alas, he did not attain to success. The kingdoms had been free of constraint for so long that even a benign imperial presence was considered odious. Nevertheless, when Pelagius died after a notably stable and prosperous 29-year reign, Tamriel was closer to unity than it had been since the days of Uriel I. Our current emperor, His Awesome and Terrible Majesty Uriel VII, son of Pelagius IV, has the diligence of his great-aunt Morihatha, the political skill of his great-uncle Uriel VI, and the military prowess of his great-grand-uncle Uriel V. For 21 years he reigned and brought justice and order to Tamriel. In the year Third Era, year 389, however, his imperial battle-mage Yegar Tharn betrayed him. Uriel VII was imprisoned in dimension of Tharn's creation, and Tharn used the sorcery of illusion to assume the Emperor's aspect. For the next 10 years, Tharn abused imperial privilege but did not continue Uriel VII's schedule of reconquests. It is not yet entirely known what Tharn's goals and personal accomplishments were during the 10 years he masqueraded as liege lord. In Third Era, year 399, an anagmatic champion defeated the battle mage in the dungeons of the Imperial Palace and freed Uriel VII from his other dimensional jail. Since his emancipation, Uriel VII has worked diligently to renew the battles that would reunite Tamriel. Tharn's interference broke the momentum, it is true, but the years since then have proven that there is hope of the golden age of Tiberius Septim's rule glorifying Tamriel once again. Damn. Alright. We're going to do the Wolf Queen. No, sorry. The Black Arrow Volume 1. The Black Arrow Part 1. By Georgic Gwyn. I was young when the Duchess of Woda hired me as an assistant footman at her summer palace. My experience with the ways of the titled aristocracy was very limited before that day. There were wealthy merchants, traders, diplomats, and officials who had large operations in Eldenroot and ostentatious palaces for entertaining, but my relatives were all far from those social circles. There was no family business for me to enter when I reached adulthood, but my cousin heard that an estate far from the city required servants. It was so remotely located that there were unlikely to be many applicants for the positions. I walked for 5 days into the jungles of Valenwood before I met a group of riders going my direction. They were 3 Bosmer men, 1 Bosmer woman, 2 Breton women, and a Dunmer man, adventurers from the look of them. "Are you also going to Moliver?" asked Prolissa, one of the Breton women, after we had made our introductions. "I don't know what that is," I replied. "I'm seeking a domestic position with the Duchess of Woda." "We'll take you to her gate," said the Dunmer Misson Akin, pulling me up to his horse. "But you would be wise not to tell her grace that students from Moliver escorted you, not unless you don't really want the position in her service." Akin explained himself as we rode on. Moliver was the closest village to the Duchess's estate, where a great and renowned archer had retired after a long life of military service. His name was Hiomast, Hilmasti, and though he was retired, he had begun to accept students who wished to learn the art of the bow. In time, when word spread of the great teacher, more and more students arrived to learn from the master. The Breton women had come down all the way from the western reach of High Rock. Akin himself had journeyed across the continent from his home, near the great volcano in Morrowind. He showed me the ebony arrows he had brought from his homeland. I had never seen anything so black. From what we heard, said Kapal, one of the Dworsman men, the Duchess is an imperial whose family has been here even before the Empire was formed. So you might think that she was accustomed to the common people of Valenwood. Nothing would be further from the truth. She despises the village, and the school most of all. I suppose she wants to control all the traffic in her jungle, laughed Prelicia. I accepted the information with gratitude, and found myself dreading more and more my first meeting with the intolerant Duchess. My first sight of the palace through the trees did nothing to assuage my fears. It was nothing like the building I had ever seen in Valenwood, a vast edifice of stone and iron, with a jagged row of battlements like the jaws of a great beast. Most of the trees near the palace had been hewn away long ago. I can only imagine the scandal that must have caused, and what fear the Bosmer peasants must have had the duty of Woda to have allowed it. In her steed was a wide grey-green moat, circling in a ring around the palace, so it seemed to be on a perfect if artificial island. I had seen such sights in tapestries from the High Rock in the Imperial Province, but never in my homeland. There'll be a guard at the gate, so we'll leave you here, said Akin, stopping his horse in the road. It'd be best for you if you weren't damned by association with us. I thanked my companions and wished them good luck with their schooling. They rode on and I followed on foot. In a few minutes' time, I was at the front gate, which I noticed was linked to tall and ornate railings to keep the compound secure. When the gatekeeper understood that I was there to inquire about a domestic position, he allowed me past and signalled to another guard to across the open lawn to extend the drawbridge and allow me to cross the moat. There was one last security measure, the front door. An iron monstrosity with the Rhoda coat of arms across the top, reinforced by more strips of iron and a single golden keyhole. The man standing guard unlocked the door and gave me passage into the huge, gloomy, grey stone palace. Her Grace greeted me in her drawing room. She was thin and wrinkled like a reptile, cloaked in a simple red gown. It was obvious that she never smiled. Our interview consisted of a single question. Do you know anything about being a junior footman in the employment of an imperial noblewoman? Her voice was agent leather. No, Your Grace. Good. No servant ever understands what needs to be done, and I particularly dislike those who think they do. You're engaged. Life at the palace was joyless, but the position of junior footman was very undemanding. I had nothing to do on most days except to stay off the Duchess's sight. At such times, I usually walked 2 miles down the road to Moliva. In some ways, there was nothing special or unusual about the village. There are thousands of identical places in Valenwood, but on the hillside nearby was Master Hugh Masty's archery academy, and I would often take my luncheon and watch the practice. Prelicia and Akin would sometimes meet me afterwards. With Akin, the subjects of conversation very seldom strayed far from archery. Though I was very fond of him, I found Prelicia a more enchanting companion, not only because she was pretty for a Breton, but also because she seemed to have interests outside the realm of marksmanship. There was a circus in High Rock I saw when I was a little girl called the Quill Circus, she said during one of our walks through the woods. They've been around for as long as anyone can remember. You have to see them if you ever can. They have plays and sideshows, and the most amazing acrobats and archers you've ever seen. That's my dream, to join them someday when I'm good enough. How will you know when you're a good enough archer? I asked. She didn't answer, and when I turned, I realized that she had disappeared. I looked around, bewildered, until I heard laughter from the tree above me. She was perched on a branch, grinning. I may not join as an archer, maybe I'll join as an acrobat, she said, or maybe as both. I figured that Valenwood would be the place to go to see what I could learn. You've got all those great teachers to imitate in the trees here, those 8 men. She coiled up, bracing her left leg before springing forward on her right. In a second she had leapt across a neighbouring branch. I found it difficult to keep talking to her. The Igma, you mean? I stammered. Are you nervous up at that height? It's a cliché, I know, she said, jumping to an even higher branch, but the secret is not to ever look down. Would you mind coming down? I probably should anyhow, she said. She was a good 30 feet up now, balancing herself, arms outstretched on a very narrow branch. She gestured toward the gate, just barely visible on the other side of the road. This tree is actually as close as I want to get to your Duchess's palace. I held back a gasp as she dove off the branch, somersaulting until she landed on the ground. His knees slightly bent. That was the trick, she explained. Anticipating the blow before it happened, I expressed to her my confidence that she would be a great attraction to the Quill Circus. Of course, I now know that never was to be. On that day, as I recall, I had to return early. It was one of the rare occasions when I had to work of a sort to do. Whenever the Duchess had guests, I was to be at the palace. That is not to say that I had any particular duties except to be seen standing at attention in the dining room. The stewards and maids worked hard to bring in the food and clear the plates afterwards, but the footmen were purely decorative, a formality. But at least I was an audience for the drama to come. That was pretty dope. That's pretty cool. Taking the diamond. Thank God I don't have to read that again. That's a lot of stuff here. More books up top. God damn it. Killing before you're killed. Code of Malakoth. Okay. Cannot sleep in an in bed. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's safe. Amethyst. Gold. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Orcish dagger. No, I'm not gonna use that. Oh fuck. That's pretty dope. More books here. God damn it. What am I doing? Oh, I'm being stupid. Poem 3, Gunning Count, Book 3. Spirit of Nerd, Darkest Darkness. We read all those. Oh, except the Gunning Count, Book 3, but... yeah, we read all that, so we don't need to read that again. Starting to recognize the names of some of these. Killing before you're killed. Code of Malakoth. Alright. The Code of Malakoth. We're gonna read this. Oh, so we're gonna learn about orcs. Nice. The Code of Malakoth. A Sellsword's Guide to the Orc Strongholds. By Amanda Elia. Mercenary. No one bests an orc. I don't need you to guess how many times I've heard that boast in some dingy tavern or screamed at the top of the lungs by some fellow sellsword with too much fire in him. But I'd be lying if I said the orc strongholds don't take those words as law. There are a few places where Miss Alia would tell you that tradition and the old ways makes for a better fighter, but with orcs it seems like staying true to your ancestors is the path to victory. Let me start a few steps back. The orc strongholds have existed as long as the orc race has, according to them. They're armoured camps in the least, and fortresses at the most. Every man, woman, and child inside the walls is trained from birth to defend it. All their weapons and armour are smithed right there in the stronghold. All the food is hunted down by orc warriors, and brought back to be eaten by everyone who lives there. They follow no laws, save their own, an unwritten set of rules called, quote, the Code of Malakoth, named after one of their gods, who is sometimes called Malok. Most of it's pretty simple. Don't steal, don't kill, don't attack people for no reason, although there seems to be a big list of exceptions. But orcs in the stronghold don't have jails for their criminals. They have blood price. You either pay enough in goods for your crimes, or you bleed enough that the victim is satisfied. And orcs, I don't need to tell you, have a lot of blood. The code also sets up who runs the stronghold. The toughest male is usually the chief and makes decisions and decides when the code of Malakath has been satisfied. All the women are either the chief's wives or his daughters, with the exception of the wise woman, who handles all the spiritual matters and healing needs. Matters of grave dispute are handled with short but violent fights, and those who don't get along with the chief are usually forced out of the stronghold to live among the rest of us. An orc grows up being told to fight for everything, and that if something is not worth fighting for, it is beneath the code. Orc strongholds don't like strangers, used to living on their own like they do. Miss Alia knows what she does because so many orcs leave the strongholds to become sellswords or soldiers, and a few pints of mead gets them talking about home. I hear that sometimes an orc will make a non-orc a quote bloodkin, and that person is then allowed to live in the stronghold as one of the clan, but I've never heard of that actually happening. For all those strange rules and traditions, the code Malakath does breed a culture of determined warriors. They're focused in ways that the average sellsword isn't. They don't hesitate to draw weapons and settle matters openly, and I think that's the real difference between the stronghold orcs and the city orcs. Imperial law allows you to settle fights through the Emperor's men, but the Code of Malakath demands you settle your problems yourself, a fine way of thinking that if you're leading the mercenary's life. Killing Before You're Killed. Last book. Killing Before You're Killed, by Eduardo Corvus. I've seen many a man rush headlong into battle only to have their life cut short in an instant. I've seen a trainer of the warrior arts for many spans, cut from the cloth of a great lineage of knights, blades, and even distant sellsword or two. It's with this knowledge that I'll try to pen a brief treatise on the subtle art of war. Not mage fire, not archery or criminal throat slitting, but war, man on man, with nothing but a fine bit of steel between them. The first thing you'll need to learn is how to block. The best way not to get killed is not to let the other man hit you. Use a shield, use it well. Now, you'll get tired from this. You may even get a little hurt, but a blocked blow is much better than a landed one. Over time, you'll get better, eventually shrugging off even the mightiest of hits. But beware, your foes, if they're not base cur bandits, will know how to counter you. They'll hit you with everything they've got in order to open you up and keep on hitting, so watch for these powerful attacks. While it's still better to absorb the impact with a quarter inch of steel, it's best to try to just step out of the way. Remember, against spells your blocking is useless until you're trained, so get up on mages quickly and let them eat steel. Deserves them right for using a witch weapon. You can also block without a shield as well, just cross that blow with your sword, though this isn't nearly as effective. And if you decide you're fancy and want to wield two blades, you can't block at all, so don't even try. Without both hands on the hilt, you just won't have the strength to counter blows, but with a weapon in each hand, you're much more likely to take your opponent down quickly. The best defense, some say. To wield the blade, there are some fundamentals. Quick strikes are always good, but can be repelled, so watch for your opponent's own defensive postures. Wait for an opening, or create one with your own heavy attacks. Hammers hit hardest but are slow. Same with maces and all blunt weaponry. Axes are a nice middle ground. While swords are the quickest but won't stagger your opponent as efficiently with the hard hits. Keep an eye not to get too exhausted. Always try to save a little of your strength to counter blows or even run. Keep moving during a fight. Never let yourself get cornered or surrounded. Pick your threats. Weak spellcasters that can hurt you quick are the first things that I fail. The shield is not only a defensive tool. Put your shoulder into it and bash your opponent. This sends them flying and opens them up for quick counter assaults. Even better, put extra weight into it and power bash your opponent. If they're small, this will put them on their knees. Bigger opponents cannot be staggered by heavy attacks. Only the power bash will really knock them around and create openings for you to exploit. So again, block, counter, bash. Hit them when they're down. They'll show no mercy, so why should you? Battle is about the offense, about catching your foe early and never relenting. Keep moving, keep swinging. If you consider yourself overly powerful, pick up a two-handed weapon and see your foes fall before you like wheat stalks. They're slow and unwieldy, but they shatter bones and cleave flesh better than anything. The graves are filled with many a mediocre swordsman. If you don't have the stomach for war, try a monk's work. But if you do travel the path of the warrior, learn the basics and keep your head firmly planted on your shoulders, or someone's bound to lop it off. That was a good book. Actually taught some stuff. I'm surprised it wasn't a skill book. Alright, we read all the fucking books. Now we can actually continue. Alright, okay, let me just see here. Alright, so let me download dossier Delphine, Ulfric Stormcloak. We're gonna read drawing investigation current status. We're gonna read all this. Alright, so Dama dossier Delphine. We're gonna read this. Actually, we'll do Ulfric Stormcloak first. Dama dossier Ulfric Stormcloak. Status: Asset: Uncooperative, Dormant, Emissary level approval. Description: Jarl of Windhelm, leader of the Stormcloak Rebellion, Imperial Legion veteran. Background: Ulfric first came to our attention during the First War against the Empire. Oops, sorry, my bad. When he was taken as a prisoner of war during the Companion for the White Gold Tower. Under interrogation, we learned of his potential value, son of the Jarl of Windhelm, and he was assigned as an asset to the interrogator, who is now First Emissary Elenwen. He was made to believe information obtained during his interrogation was crucial in the capture of the Imperial City. The city had in fact fallen before he had broken, and then allowed to escape. After the war, contact was established and he has proven his worth as an asset. The so-called Markarth incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of our strategic goals in Skyrim, although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact. Operational notes: direct contact remains a possibility, under extreme circumstances, but in general the asset should be considered dormant. As long as the Civil War proceeds in its current indecisive fashion, we should remain hands-off. The incident at Helgen is an example where an exception had to be made. Obviously, Ulfric's death would have dramatically increased the chance of an Imperial victory and thus harm our overall position in Skyrim. Note: the coincidental intervention of the dragon at Helgen is still under scrutiny. The obvious conclusion is that whoever is behind the dragons also has an interest in the continuation of the war, but we should not assume therefore that their goals align with our own. A Stormcloak victory is also to be avoided, however, so even indirect aid to the Stormcloaks must be carefully managed. Okay? Dalmor dossier, Delphine. Status: active, capture or kill, high priority, emissary level approval. Description: female, Breton, mid-50s. She's a Breton? I didn't know that. Background: Delphine was a high priority target during the First War for both operational and political reasons. She was directly involved in several of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades within the Dominion. She had been identified and was slated for the initial purge, but by bad luck was recalled to Cyrodiil just before the outbreak of the hostilities. During the war, she evaded 3 attempts on her life, in one case killing an entire assassination team. Since then, we have only indirect evidence of her movements, and she has proven extremely alert to our surveillance. She should be considered very dangerous, and no move against her should be made without overwhelming force and the most careful preparation. Operational notes. She is believed to still be working actively against us in Skyrim, although we have no location on her. Assumed to be working alone, as no other blades are known to be active in Skyrim, and she has in the past avoided contact with other fugitive blades for her own security. One of the reasons she has so far evaded elimination. Her continued existence is an affront to all of us. Any information on her whereabouts or activities should be immediately forwarded to the third emissary. Alright, so I'm going to actually store this back because I don't want this shit anymore. And then books, I'm going to read The Dragon Investigation, current status. First emissary Elenwen. We anticipate a breakthrough in our efforts to uncover the party or power behind the dragon resurrection phenomenon. An informant has identified a possible lead, whom we have brought back to the embassy for a full interrogation. The subject is obstinate, but by all indications is holding back the information we seek. I have authorized intermediate manual uncoiling. I do not expect more will be necessary unless you feel time presses. I know you prefer to be present for the final questioning. I will inform you immediately when the subject is fully receptive. 2 days should tell the tale. In the meantime, if you wish to audit our technique, your expertise is welcome as always. I have placed the prisoner in the cell closest to your office, stairs, for your convenience. Wilindu, third emissary. Alright, I'm going to take that and put it back. Oh, quest items can open you for your inventory. Oh, that's a quest item, okay. Expert, I already have a key, so alright, let's do it. Let's see. Let me wait until let me wait for 12 hours. Actually 10 hours. Wait till 5 in the morning, or 6 in the morning, whatever. Downward Embassy, Dungeon, Expert. Alright. Oh, there's guys here. Ow. Fuck you. Is it? Oh, I could just kill you, mate. Ulindu. Is there more? Oh, that's it. That guy's hurt. Elven mace. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna take this. Fucking hell, bro. I'm going to actually get rid of my maces. And then Elven Mace, I will equip that. Fuck yeah, bro. An Elven Mace, holy shit. Cooked beef, interrogation chamber key. Cooked beef, petty soul gem. Skull firestorm. Skull mayhem. Damn. Spell 2 mage light, oh shit. Ball of light that lasts 6 seconds to 6 wit strikes. I would take that. Waiting on my instructions to determine setness to cast. I would take that. Fucking hell, bro. Alright, let me spell tomb mage light. Let's do it. Fuck yeah, bro. Learned a spell from this dude. I'm into Black Eye Volume 1, we read that already. Alright, let me save this, yeah. Let me actually save over this one. There's a chest there before we do any of that. Oh god, bombing tools and shit. Let's kind of explore a little bit. There's a guy in there. Oh, what the fuck? Green key requires key. Damn. See what's in this chest. 40 gold, nice. Bounded iron shield, armor rating 25. What's my current one? The same. Alright, hold on. Let me go up here real quick. Open this. Oh, we need to level up. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's level up. Magicka. Oh, sorry. Heavy armor. Armor rating. Let me see here. Dual flow, finding stance, number of weapons. No. I will do... 200 weapons do 20% more damage. I'll do this. Nice. Right, I'm going to save over this actually, since we did that. See what's up here, anything? Banded iron. Oh, what the fuck? Do I have banded iron armor? Oh yeah, I do. Give me one moment. Alright, let's do this. Let's see this guy first. Etienne Ranis. Hello, mate.
I told you, I don't know anything else about it.
I'm not here to talk to you, mate.
What? Who? What do you want then?
No time to explain. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Come on, this way. I've seen the guards use it to get rid of bodies. It must lead somewhere.
You go ahead, I'm not done here, mate.
No problem. Thanks for springing me. I owe you. Look me up in Riften if you make it out. I saw guards dragging bodies over here. Might be a way out.
Oh, you may know something important, mate.
I damn well hope so. If it helps you twist them up, I'm glad to help. They're after some old guy named Esbern. Something to do with dragons. I gathered it from listening to them talk when they thought I was out. I've seen a guy in Riften who they seem to think is him. Not much to go on. I don't even know where he lives or his name, but they seem pretty excited about it. That's it. Now, let's get out of here.
Oh. Who are you? What are you doing here?
They grabbed me in Riften. They seem to think I know something. They just kept asking me the same damn questions.
Sounds good, I'll follow you.
Whatever you want. But let's go, now. Let's get out of here.
Listen up, spy. You're trapped in here, and we have your accomplice. Surrender immediately, or you both die.
Never mind.
Silence,
I'm dead
traitor.
already.
Move. Slowly.
Oh, they're killing him. Oh, they're killing him. Fuck, they killed Marborn. Hold on. That's what, let me let me reload. I don't want Marborn to die. Download dossier Esbern. Let's read it real. Oh fuck. Let's read it real quick. Download dossier Esbern. Download dossier Esbern. Alright. Escape the thermal embassy. Okay. Status. Fugitive. Capture only. Highest priority. Emissary level approval. Description. Male. Nord. Late 70s. Background. Espen was one of the Blades lawmasters prior to the First War against the Empire. He was not a field agent, but is now believed to have been behind some of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades during the pre-war years, including the Falinesti incident and the breach of the Blue River prison. His file had remained dormant for many years, an inexcusable error on the part of my predecessor, who has been recalled to Alinor for punishment and re-education, in the erroneous belief that he was unlikely to pose a threat due to his advanced age and lack of field experience. A salutary reminder to all operational levels that no Blades agents should be considered low priority for any reason, or are to be found in justice exacted upon them. Operational notes. As we are still in the dark as to the cause and meaning of the return of the dragons, I have made capturing Esbern on top priority, as he is known to be one of the experts in the dragon lore of the Blades. Regrettably, we have yet to match their expertise on the subject of dragons, which was derived from their Akaviri origins, and is still far superior to our own, which remains largely theoretical. The archives of Cloud Ruler Temple, which believed to have been the primary repository of the oldest Blades lore, were largely destroyed during the siege, and although great effort has been made to reconstruct what was lost, it now appears that most of the records related to dragons were either removed or destroyed prior to our attack. Thus Esbern remains our best opportunity to learn how and why the dragons have returned. It cannot be ruled out that the Blades themselves are somehow connected to the dragons' return. We have recently obtained solid information that Esbern is still alive and hiding somewhere in Riften. Interrogation of a possible eyewitness is ongoing. We must proceed carefully to avoid Esbern becoming alerted to his danger. If he is indeed in Riften, he must not be given an opportunity to flee. Damn.
Listen up, spy. You're trapped in here, and we have your accomplice. Surrender immediately, or you both die.
Fuck you.
Never mind.
Never should have come here.
Damn, this mace is powerful. Fuck you. Hey Marlborn. How you doing, mate? Trapdoor key. Actually, wait. I will take the dossier of Esbern and store that in him. And then dramatic immunity. Seems that things are worse than even Delphi thought. Dragons are just coming back to life. They're being resurrected by the dragons. Delphi suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. With the help of a contact, Malborn, I infiltrated the manor posing as a guest in the outpost of this party. I've now learned that the Thalmor are just as in the dark as we are. In fact, they're searching Riften for a blade named Esbern, who they believe knows what the return of the dragons means. Okay. Alright. Trapdoor key. Hey Malborn.
Now the Thalmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life. Hope it was worth it. I should have known this would end badly. I can't believe I let Delphine talk me into this.
You'll be okay, mate.
Let's get out of here for pity's sake. Let's get out of here for pity's sake. Let's get out of here for pity's sake.
Alright, let's go. Come on. Alright. Etienne Aranis.
I told you. I don't know anything else about it.
Not here to talk to you.
What? Who? What do you want then?
No time to explain, let's get out of here.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Come on, this way. I've seen the guards use it to get rid of bodies. It must lead somewhere.
Sounds good, I'll follow you. We did this. Actually, we'll try this. You go on ahead, I'm not done here.
No problem. Thanks for springing me. I owe you. Look me up in Riften if you make it out. I saw guards dragging bodies over here. Might be a way out.
Sounds good, I'll follow you. Actually, I'll do this one more time. Who are you? What are you doing here?
They grabbed me in Riften. They seem to think I know something. They just kept asking me the same damn questions.
Sounds good, I'll follow you.
Whatever you want. But let's go, now. Let's get out of here.
Now the Thalmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life. I hope it was worth it. I should have known this would end badly. I can't believe I let Delphine talk me into this. Let's get out of here, for pity's sake.
I saw guards dragging bodies over here. Might be a way out. Let's get out of here.
Alright. So this is the Reeking Cave. So we're going to get out of here. In this way. Alright, let's do it. Bro, wait.
I saw guards dragging bodies over here. Might be a way out. Let's get out of here.
Oh god. Oh god, it's a troll. Let me get this guy. Ow! Oh. Sorry, my lord. I hit you. Accident. Oh, fuck. Oh, I killed him. Holy shit. With such little health. Where'd the other guy go? Hold on, let me... I don't know where that guy went. Let me go back to the... Let me load this again. See if there's a chest or something here. Alright, no, nothing. Bro, wait. Hold on, let me... Get my Warhammer. Fuck. Oh, I died. It's the first time I died. I never died before. Holy shit, it's the first time I died. Let's do it again. Let me do this again. Ow! Fuck, let me get a potion. Ow. Damn. That was tough. Fucking hell. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, what the hell? That's weird. That's not supposed to be like that. Oh, Malborn, hello, mate. Right, let's see here. Mate, wait. Novice Conjurer. Speaking sap, don't need that. Coin purse. Soot satchel. For the ages of man. We got to read that. Oh, unusual gem. Where'd that guy go? That guy leave? Fucking hell, he left. What a dick. Hold on. For the ages of man, we need to read that. Oh, it's a skill book. Let me see here. I'm going to reload one more time so that I can save that other guy. Alright, let me load one more time so I can not lose the other dude. Ow! Fucking hell. I died again. Wait. Ow! Busted. Ow. Potion. Fucking hell. Amethyst. Good. Let's grab this. I don't need that. Coin. Satchel. For the ages of man, let's read that. Timeline Series, Volume 1, Before the Ages of Man, by Ikanta of Shimmerin. Before man came to rule Tamriel, and before the chronicles of the historians recorded the affairs of the rulers of Tamriel, the events of our world are known only through myths and legends, and through the divinely inspired teachings of the 9 divines. For convenience, historians divide the distant ages of prehistory into 2 broad periods of time, the Dawn Era and the Merethic Era. The Dawn Era. The Dawn Era is that period before the beginning of mortal time, when the feats of the gods take place. The Dawn Era ends with the exodus of the gods and magic from the world at the founding of the Adamantine Tower. The term Merethic comes from the Nordic, literally Era of the Elves. The Merethic Era is the prehistoric time after the exodus of the gods and magic from the world at the founding of the Adamantine Tower and before the arrival of Iskemord the Nord in Tamriel. The following are the most notable events of the Dawn Era, presented roughly in sequence as it must be understood by creatures of time such as ourselves. The cosmos formed from the Orbis, chaos or totality, by Anu and Padme. Akatosh Oriel formed and time began. The gods Et Ada formed. Lorcan convinced, or tricked, the gods into creating the mortal plane. Nirn. The mortal plane was at this point highly magical and dangerous. As the gods walked, the physical makeup of the mortal plane and even timeless continuity of existence itself became unstable. When Magic, or Magnus, architect of the plans for the mortal world, decided to terminate the project, the gods convened at the Adamantine Tower, Direni Tower, the oldest known structure in Tamriel, and decided what to do. Most left when Magic did. Others sacrificed themselves into other forms so that they might stay. The Elnafi. Lorcan was condemned by the gods to exile in the mortal realms, and his heart was torn out and cast from the tower. Where it landed, a volcano formed. With magic, in the mythic sense, gone, the cosmos stabilized. Elven history, finally linear, began. ME 2500. The Merithic Era. The Merithic Era was figured by early Nord scholars as a series of years numbered in reverse order backward from the beginning of time. The founding of the Camoran dynasty recorded as year 0 of the First Era. The prehistoric events of the Merithic Era are listed here with the traditional Nordic Merithic dates. The earliest Merithic date cited by King Harold's scholars was ME 2500, the Nordic reckoning of the first year of time. As such, the Merithic Era extends from ME 2500 in the distant past to ME 1, the year before the founding of the Camoran dynasty and the establishment of the White Gold Tower as an independent city-state. According to King Harold's bards, ME 2500 was the date of construction of the Adamantine Tower on Balfiera Island in High Rock, the oldest known structure of Tamriel. This corresponds roughly to the earliest historical dates given in various unpublished Elvish chronicles. During the early Merithic Era, the Aboriginal beast peoples of Tamriel, the ancestors of the Khajiit, Argonian, Orcish, and other beast folk, lived in preliterate communities throughout Tamriel. In the Middle Merithic Era, the Aldmeri, mortals of elven origin, refugees left the doomed and now lost continent of Aldmeris, also known as Old Elnafi, and settled in that southwestern Tamriel. The first colonies were distributed at wide intervals on islands along the entire coast of Tamriel. Later inland settlements were founded primarily in fertile lowlands in southwest and central Tamriel. Wherever the beast folk encountered the elves, the sophisticated, literate, and technologically advanced Aldmeri cultures displaced the primitive beast folk into the jungles, marshes, mountains, and wastelands. The Adamantine Tower was rediscovered and captured by the Direni, a prominent and powerful Aldmeri clan. The Crystal Tower was built on Somerset Isle and, later, White Gold Tower in Cyrodiil. During the Middle Merithic Era, Aldmeri explorers mapped the coast of Vardenfell, building the first era high elven wizard towers at Alta Bredania, Bolfell, Tel Arun, and Tel Mor in Morrowind. It was also during this period, that Iliad wild elven settlements flourished in the jungles surrounding White Gold Tower, present-day Cyrodiil. Wild elves, also known as the Heartland High Elves, preserved the Dawn Era magics and language of the Elnafi. Ostensibly, attribute land to the High King of Alinor, the Heartland's long lines of communication from the Somerset Isles' sovereignty effectively isolated Cyrodiil from the High Kings at Crystal Tower. The late Middle Merithic Era is the period of the High Velothi culture. The Chimer, ancestors of the modern Dunmer, or Dark Elves, were dynamic, ambitious, long-lived elven clans devoted to fundamentalist ancestor worship. The Chimer clans followed the prophet Veleth out of the ancestral elven homelands in the southwest to settle in the lands now known as Morrowind. Despising the secular culture and profane practices of the Dwemer, the Chimer also coveted the lands and resources of the Dwemer, and for centuries provoked them with minor raids and territorial disputes. The Dwemer, or Dwarves, free-thinking, reclusive elven clans devoted to the secrets of science, engineering, and alchemy, established underground cities and communities in the mountain range. Later, the Velothi Mountains, separating modern Skyrim and Morrowind. The late Merithic Era marks the precipitous decline of Velothi culture. Some Velothi settled in villages near declining and abandoned ancient Velothi towers. During this period, Velothi high culture disappeared on Vardenfell Island. The clearest Dwemer freehold colonies date from this period. Degenerate Velothi devolved into tribal cultures, which, in time, evolved into the modern great houses of Morrowind. All persisted as the barbarian Ashlander tribes. The only surviving traces of this tribal culture are scattered Velothi towers and Ashlander nomads on Vardenfell Island. The original First Era High Elven Wizard towers along the coast of Tamriel were also abandoned about this time. It was in the late Merithic Era that the pre-literate humans, the so-called Nedic peoples, from the continent of Atmora, also Altmora, or the Elder Wood in Aldmeris, migrated and settled in northern Tamriel. The Nord culture hero Ysgramor, leader of a great colonizing fleet to Tamriel, is credited with developing a runic transcription of Nord speech based on Elvish principles, and so Ysgramor is considered the first human historian. Ysgramor's fleet landed at Sarek Head at the extreme northern tip of Skyrim's Broken Cape. The Nords built there the legendary city of Sarthul. The elves drove the men away during the Night of Tears, but Ysgramor soon returned with his 500 companions. Also during the late Merithic era, the legendary immortal hero, warrior, sorcerer, and king, variously known as Pelina Whitestrake, Howard Hairy Breeks, Ysmir, Hans the Fox, etc., wandered Tamriel, gathering armies, conquering lands, ruling, then abandoning his kingdoms to wander again. Alright, I'm gonna grab this, unusual gem, bring the usual gem to an appraiser. I'm not gonna do that, but where's the dude? Alright, fuck it, whatever. Let's go to Skyrim. It's a good time I see it.
Falmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life. I hope it was worth it.
Oh god, wait! Cover your equipment.
Knowing this would end badly.
Fucking goddammit. I don't want a dragon. God damn it. Can I not? Can we fucking not? Can we fucking not right now? Seriously? Fuck you. He's dead. Goodbye. Oh, a finisher. That I can't see, apparently. A finisher that I can't see. What the fuck? Dragon Bone. 154. I don't have enough. Shit. I'll just take the scales. Wait, mate. Fucking hell, wait. No, Malborn. Ah, son of a bitch. Hold on, let me, oh my god, that was terrible. Let me reload. Oh my god. Malborn, wait. Fucking hell, bro.
I should have known this would end badly. I can't believe I let Delphine talk me into this. Let's get out of here for pity's sake.
Alright, can I talk to this dude?
You didn't have to help me, so thanks. You didn't have to help me, so thanks. You didn't have to help me, so thanks.
Alright, that's good. Whatever. Alright, diplomatic immunity. Alright, can we not? Okay, thank God. Alright, we say both of them. Alright, so... Alright, current location. I'm gonna trust travel. What the fuck is that? Let's see if God of Legend. Oh. No, I'm gonna... What the hell? Oh, there we go. Why is everything so blurry? That's weird. We're gonna fast travel to Riverwood. Yeah. Fast travel to Riverwood. God, that was a lot. I'm gonna sell my stuff. I think I'm gonna end the vid. What the fuck was that? I keep seeing like shadows and shit. It's weird. Oh, radio trader's not available. Alright, radio trader.
It means so much to us to have the claw back where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking care of those thieves. The Riverwood Trader is back to the way it used to be. You and me, we're the only people around who aren't complete fools.
What do you got for sale?
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Alright, I'm just gonna sell the dragon. Oh, where the fuck did my dragon scales go? Oh no, we didn't get a dragon. That's so stupid. Let me see here.
Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Fucking hell, so dumb. Marine 22. I will sell this. There's no 20% less to cast. I'm gonna sell this because... Actually, I'll disenchant this. So a necklace, sell that. Scrolls, I'm gonna sell this. Alright. Good for now.
Till next time.
Alright. Going here. So we join in.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything. Or take a seat by the fire and I'll set someone.
Oh, it's a bug. There's no actual flame. That's weird. Alright. I'm going to save here. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to save over this one here. Alright guys, that's all for this part. I know it was long, but we did it, so that's all for this part. If you liked it, smash like a bell, like a badass, leave a comment, and I'll see you guys next time. Farewell.